Testing.
If you guys are ready, we will get started. Larry is starting the live stream now. So I just want to welcome you all to CakeFest 2023. We are back and in person, and it's been a while, so it's so good to see you guys here. We have a lot of information to get through today. I'm going to be really quick. We have a water station in the back. You're welcome to use it at any time. If your power is not working, let us know. If you haven't already joined the CakeFest, the Slack channel, our channel, do that because there's going to be a lot of interaction going on there. Thank you for making the trip here. I know a lot of people traveled a long way to be with us today. And welcome to everybody who is joining via stream. We are glad to have you as well. And also, we have our satellite event going on. So to everybody watching at Technoport, thanks to Passbolt, hello to you all. Everybody can wave to them because they can see us here. Hello, everyone. And on the stream as well. Speaking of Passbolt, they are back as a diamond sponsor, so we thank them and our other sponsors, of course, our platinum sponsor, CakeDC, and the team here, Zulu Cloud, CUDIP, SwiftCode API, Mark Software. Without them, we wouldn't be able to put on this event, so thank you guys so much. If you are tweeting, make sure you hashtag CakePHP, CakeFest, so that we can see it. But let's get started. So if you have done any of the CakePHP training, if you've worked with CakeDC, and he's been a workshop host every single year, pretty much. He's active in the CakePHP community. He is currently the VP at CakeDC, which is our platinum sponsor. So let's get started. Welcome, Jorge Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you this year, back in a physical event. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I know it is a long trip. I had a one too, so it's really good to be here. So how this is going to work? And this is going to be the first workshop. It's going to be around 3 hours. We typically do the workshops in a way that you can follow with your own computer, whatever we do here. I'm going to try to not do a lot of typing, so I'll give you time to keep the pace of what we are doing. And if you get blocked or you have any question, you can stop me anytime. because the idea with this first workshop is to basically do a project setup from scratch using a minimal configuration, because my laptop is like 15 years ago. And we're going to try to keep it as simple as possible. We are going to use PHP alone. We will have we will have SQLite database for the database and keep it very, very simple, right? Then we are going to go over the security features of the framework that are there for you to use. We are going to use several examples, and we are going to try to explain the potential attacks that those security features are going to mitigate, right? And then we're going to go over the OWASP top 10 security order by the number of incidents or CVEs, right? They collect a list of the top 10 security problems that web applications usually have. We're going to go over those 10 and see how those could be mitigated inside your CakePHP application. So yeah, the first thing is we're going to, basically in the middle of the session that is going to be around in 2 hours or an hour, 1 hour and a half or something, we're going to do a little break for 10, 15 minutes to do whatever you need to do and go back to continue with the workshop. I hope we will have the time to cover all topics. If we don't have the time to cover all the topics, I promise I will pack the remaining topics into the next training session so you can join then and go over it. There is a link with the code here and also a link with to the database we're going to use. Following this link is going to be hard maybe for you right now, so I'm going to just type it here. This is the repo I'm going to use today. And if you go to that repo, you will see there are 2 branches. First branch is master branch. The second branch is called it's called workshop 1. So those are topics we're going to cover today. There are a couple other branches as extra material that if we have time we will cover. If not, no problem. And also this master branch has nothing, so you can just use it as it is, or you can just get inspired by the commits that are there in the workshop 1 branch, so we can do it together. Okay. So the first thing is to, if you have this link, I'll move away. This file here is going to be important because it's going to be the database we are going to use. I'm actually going to set up the database using a migration that I'm going to pull from the repo in a bit. Okay. So let me get back to the slides here. This is me, already introduced. I'm there in Slack. I'm no more in Twitter. So you can find me there in that new link. I'm still in Twitter, but not very active. If you need anything or have any questions after the workshop session, feel free to send me an email or ping me there in Slack. I'll be active the rest of the day. I don't have Slack here because this laptop is 15 years ago. And it's kind of, it's like a handicap, right? So first is we're going to set up a development environment as we discussed. I'm going to use my local PHP setup, which is basically setting up a couple extensions that are required by CakePHP. This is my setup. Let me go to, so PHP, I'm going to use PHP 8.2, and I have a number of extensions. This one is going to be needed for today. SQLite 3, if you don't have it, just ensure that you have it. And other extensions for later, a PCU. This one could be needed if we have the time at the end of the session, right? So other are the typical extensions you will need for any CakePHP setup. Once you have that done, we're going to use Composer to create a project. I'm gonna recommend you to watch the Alejandro's, this guy here, Alejandro's talk, because he's gonna take a look at different development environment suites like DDev or Devilbox and others. He did a talk about it, and he will be speaking about it in the case you are interested in this kind of setup. If not, we can keep going. So I'm going to use Composer to set up the project. So Composer, create project, CakePHP, and I'm going to name the project as CakeFest. So if you see, we are going to download 5.0.0, but we want to use bleeding edge. So we're going to change it right after. This way. Usually quick. Yeah. Just let him work.
On Windows, things are slowly.
No, the thing is, if all people is using the Wi-Fi maybe for downloading, it could be a little bit slower, but that's it. Good. So next change is I'm gonna ensure that we are using bleeding edge for CakePHP 5. So I'm gonna require CakePHP, CakePHP. And this is going to be 5.x. And also, we need to use CakePHP Pros. And it's going to be also 3.x. Okay. So the reason is to have the latest version. There are a couple things that are already fixed that will be pushed in the 5.01 when is done, but we don't need to worry about that. So that's the thing, that once we have the project, we can check that everything's working fine. We can go to CakeFest and do bean cake using the cake shell to run the server, just to check everything's up and running. You will see the welcome page. And the welcome page, you should see actually that we have an issue with the database connection, but because we didn't set up the database connection yet, which is what we are going to do next. But basically, this is what we are expecting to see at this moment. One thing, though, that we will need today is we're going to use a couple fake domain names, right? I did that setup using my etc hosts file. So you can see I'm setting out a number of domains here for the training today. Example.com, CakeFest2023.com, evil site, example.com, and some others. We are going to use those for testing different things through the day. So all those domains are pointing to localhost, but at the same time, if you ever want to access your CakePHP development environment from another machine, remember you can set up a host like this to serve your CakePHP from local to the world. This may or may not be a good idea in some environments. It's not a good idea. But if you're working on different machines inside of a VPN and you want to share something with another colleague or something, yeah, maybe that could be. It usually never happens. So talking about the configuration, this is the first thing we're going to do. We're going to go over our CakePHP configuration and ensure the database is properly configured. For that, I will need to set up my IDE. One sec. Okay. So it'll take some time to set up, and meanwhile, what we can do is we can decide what we want to do for the database. You could either go to the project we did set up and download this file, if you want to, right? This is going to be the database we're going to use today. It is basically an empty database with some tables. Or you can go my route and use this migration, which is located under config, migrations. There is an initial migration created to cover the schema of the table, right? If you take a look at if anyone here not familiar with migrations? Okay, migrations are using Finks library, and this is basically a way to describe the schema changes you are going to do in your project. So all your environments and other developers are able to apply the same migrations and keep the database the same, right? So it will help you to document the changes you do to your database schema, and also share those changes with your branches when you're merging those branches. So when you run migrations, you ensure all the changes are executed properly before the project is working, right? So it's usually a good idea to implement some kind of policy to keep those changes organized and documented, so you don't need to change database dumps across the board with all the people working on the project, because sooner or later those changes are not going to be consistent, and yeah, it's going to fail. So this is how a migrations file will look like. If you see, you can always pick a table and then add a number of columns or indexes or drop columns or whatever changes you need to do. And basically, if you watch here, we have an up function and a down function. Honestly, I usually never use down. I usually never roll back in my life, but this could be useful just for documentation if you want to. Actually, if the down operation has destructive commands, I usually leave them out commented, because somebody could, by mistake, run a rollback when they didn't want to and drop a number of tables. We don't want to drop that. So, yep, and once you have the file in the right place, you can actually use the migrations command. I'm going to actually download this file and put it in the right place. So downloading here, and then I'm going to copy where it is. There it is here. So config. Okay, I'll put it there for now. And we can go to config, and okay. So now we have a migration in the right place. We can do Bean Cake. Well, first, we don't have a database configured. The way to configure the database would be through the project configuration files. Take a look at that. If you see under config, we have a number of files to configure the project. Actually, the one we are going to look at is this one, app.php, and then we have an app local. You know, app local will override whatever we have in app, and app local is only for development. We shouldn't be using any file on deployment. Well, depends on the deployment. If you're deploying a small application, that is fine. But at some point, if you need to handle those secrets and keys, it's better to use the environment in a way to deploy into a container, for example. So we go here to the application you see. There is a debug option that it should be always set to false in production environments. Any live environment, actually, any public environment that is accessible through others should be debugged to false. And then we have a couple configurations here for the application, and we get to get a security salt, and at some point we get down to and check for the database. We have a number of data sources that we can use. The first one is called default, and we're going to use has a number of options here. Those options are actually being overridden by the app local. If you go down, you see app local is actually generated on deploy. Actually, there was someone asking for that in Slack the other day, like he was deploying to a Dockerized environment, and then there was it was generating an app local file in it, and he didn't want that file, obviously. So this can be actually fixed if you want to take a look. Under the project, there is a installer file. You can follow where it is around here. That's here. So this is the file that is actually get executed when you compose or install your project. If you see, this is a regular PHP file, no mysteries. And this post install is actually executed by Composer as a hook. Sorry, and you can actually tweak or customize this for your own project. Maybe you don't need all these things to happen when you deploy your project. So this is under your application, so it is totally up to you to configure, remove things you don't want, etc. Some people get annoyed about those questions when they do compose and install and remove just everything or set up to yes or whatever you want, right? And if you have that curiosity, you can check that this hook is actually triggered by compose.json around here. See, every time you do install a project or compose or create, you can actually change this as well and add your own hooks or ensure that, I mean, this is useful to actually, instead of having a heavy wiki page with instructions of what folders you need to create or permissions you have to do, instead of all that, which is a lot of fun for people joining the project, you can just go and do it in the installer. So when you run compose and install for the first time, the basic structure of your project is created, permissions set in place, and developers can start working quickly, right? It's going to save a lot of time and a lot of emails going back and forth. So this is for Composer, and we get back to configure the database and app local. If you see, here we have a default data source, a default to localhost, data. That's all fine, right? We can actually, if we don't want to use app local at all, you can just copy this line and move it to your app PHP, right, in the data source around here. And then ensure that the configuration is passed through an environment variable. How can you handle that? You could do it this way. I mean, you don't need to use the environment, right? To put it, you could tweak it using a file, or you could tweak it using a .env file for your development. But let's use an environment for it and ensure that we configure everything from the outside. So instead of running my project using Cake and server like this, right? Instead of doing that, I'm going to pass an environment variable to it following the database URL like this. So it's going to be database URL equals, and it's going to be SQLite 127. And then the relative path to the project where you want to store the database. In this case, could be tmp db.sqlite, whatever, right? If we do it this way, we are passing an environment variable to my CakePHP application, so I don't need to deal with any file or changing the contents of a file in another development environment. We can just do it from the outside. And also, if you're deploying to a container or to somewhere else, you can put all those environment variables into a file or into some other places to ensure that those get updated and deployed correctly. Usually, the best practice here, especially for secrets, would be that the secrets are not written down into a file in the server. Things like an Amazon key or security salt, some other values, they should be outside of your files. So if a hacker gets access, well, if a hacker gets access to your SSH environment, there's nothing else you can do, but at least because of an issue in the web server configuration, they will not have the ability to retrieve those files through the web server, right? And this is an added security for your project. So if you do it this way and run the project, well, we actually don't need to. We can actually pass the environment as well to Beancake migrations, right? This is the migrations shell, and we can do, for example, if we do list, this where it would be status. Thank you. So status will show you that you have a migration, right, in your project. But this migration is not executed just yet. So you can actually run Beancake migrations migrate, and it will run a migration and update your local SQLite database. So how can we check this? We can check this in a number of ways, but we can also access the database this way and go to TMP, DB, SQLite, and describe. If we describe, it's going to be there, right? All the schema that we previously wrote as a migration is there in the database. I can actually do a query like select from users and get nothing because we don't have any users. Or describe users, for example. So that's going to be the users table. We're going to use mostly this table today. I mean, we're not going to use a lot more. So for you to check, it's gonna be a very simple table with an ID, first, last name, email, and password, and an active flag that is going to be Boolean. Other things that are going to be default, like create and modified. You know, following CakePHP database conventions, the number of a table must be plural, and the ID by convention is going to be called ID, and under a name of the field underscore ID is going to be marking an association to another table that belongs to association, right? Something quick for others, right? Good. Then we can, from here, we can basically check that the project is correctly set up, like this. Run a server and check that now we have a connection happening to the database from the web server. See, it's there, all good. So now we can get into baking all the tables so we can keep up with our lives. And this is a very small slide I usually add to everything I do to understand the different types of things that we have in CakePHP, like, for example, behavior that is going to help you to reuse at the model layer, or controller action that is going to be something that exists at the controller level. I'm not going to stop here. Before we move forward, a couple ways to debug your application very quickly. You can use DD or debug and die. You can use a debugger class. Maybe I'm going to do an example with the debugger because that's something that is not so widely used, maybe. I don't know. Let me get there. So before getting that, I'm going to just bake everything so we have something to debug. So I'm going to do beancake bake. all. If you bake all, you get access to the database, read all the tables, and select the table you want to bake. If you bake all everything, it's all the tables done, right? So when you bake them, you see there are a number of files created. There's going to be, let me show you there in the IDE better. You'll see that we have a number of classes and files here under controller, for example. Sorry, controller. We will have one controller per table. User controller, for example, covering the basic methods like index, view, add, edit, and delete, right? Also, by convention, we will have a template created under templates, name of the controller, users, and name of the action.php, add.php, edit, etc., right? You will notice, or you might notice, some changes coming from CakePHP 5, like, for example, if we go to source users controller, when you bake it, you'll see the finders are now this one, for example, this line. You see the contain is no longer an array, or the options to the get are no longer well, they could be an array, but you will get a deprecation warning. And this is the new way to pass parameters to the get function and to the finders. So you can actually hint those parameters, those arguments to the function, and pass them using a type as well. So you can get them typed into the finder and check the type. So if you remember in Cake 4 and 3, in your finders, you usually have a block at the beginning of the finder saying if options, whatever is null, then what? This is no needed anymore, because you can actually define that the parameter must be an integer. So if it is null, it will throw an error. You don't need to care about that anymore. That's going to save a bunch of lines of code in map projects. So this is a very nice new addition in CakePHP 5 that is going to help us a lot. And yep, all the rest of the things are going to look very similar. It's going to look the same, basically, than a CakePHP 4 application. So good. So let's use the debugger a little bit. So you can see here, for example, I can now go back to my users and see some content like this. So not yet. Now, okay. So let's create a new user and say first, last, email. And password doesn't matter. And active doesn't matter. Good. So let's go to the view page, for example. Let's say we want to debug something here in this page, and we want to use debugger. So I'll go to the user controller, view function, under here, and try to debug some of the scope. You can actually debug and die, or well, debug and die actually, the user, if you want to die at this point. Die. And yeah, that's typical. And then you have other options, like, for example, using the debug class. So you could do something like cake error debugger. I think this is the only namespace I will know, so other namespaces are going to trigger an error from now on. Debugger log. Debugger log, and let me log the user, right? So reload page, and where is it? It goes basically to the debug log. So if you open that file around here in logs, debug, you will see a nice stack trace of the point where you did the debug and also the content. So this is useful sometimes to get both things directly into your log files. We will talk about log files a little bit later in order to configure them properly for some audit logging that we're going to do in the users when users are logged in or logged out. But for now, we are using the default configuration for the logs. If you go to config, app local, you will see that, actually I think this is an app right away. You will see the log configuration over here, and log configuration will allow you to define different loggers, different scopes, different levels, and based on that configuration, one message will go to one or many loggers at the same time. Also, there is a configuration I would recommend for production environments that is using syslog instead of logging directly to files. Syslog is battle tested, very, very stable, and then you can configure syslog to send your logs to somewhere else, right? So you log first to syslog, and you ensure that your logs are not going to bog down your system or getting problems with the write permissions in your files or folders, and then you configure syslog and to send your logs to some other place, right? So we get back to here. Oh, the query log. This is also a classic there in Slack. Where can I see my logs, my queries, right? So one quick way to do that is to change the configuration in the data source. If you go to your app local and you find your data source, default data source, you can actually enable logs around here. Log true. And after you enable your logs, you can go back to your, I'm going to close this one. Go back there, and you will see all the logs, all the SQL logs written to your logs queries log around here. Those are all your queries executed by CakepHP that you can check, and you can actually copy the query as it is. I don't care. This one, for example, right? And it's going to be a perfectly valid query that you can run in your database. So sometimes useful to check a feature, copy the raw SQL logs, and then check for performance, for example, or check for indexes are in the right place, or it's useful. Good. So that's for debug. So talking about database schema, we already did that, and we already imported the schema, discussed about database conventions already, and bake everything. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a very simple endpoint that returns JSON. So this is a very common need. So, and it is very, very, very simple to do. So I'm going to cover that. If you go to any of your actions, let's say, for example, users index. Sorry, any questions so far? I don't think so, right? But good. So let's imagine that you want to configure here. I'm going to say, okay, these be a builder, set option, serialize, and we are going to serialize the users as they are, right? And if we enable this option and then we override the view classes here, like public function, view classes, it's going to return, I think, an array. And we will need to return an array of all the view classes we want. In this case, JSON view view class like this. So we need to import a class, actually. Use, it's going to be in CakeView. Cake view, JSON view. Good. So view classes is going to do content negotiation on the controller. So when you actually request something from the controller and you are sending the browser or an API or an AJAX call, for example, when you are setting headers on the request, the controller will understand that those headers will define a priority on the way to render the results and then serve you the results based on the order you define here. So at the end of this array, imagine that there is always a standard view class, right? So if the fallback is going to be a typical CakePHP view or app view in this case, right? So how can we check this? If we go to the console, we can do curl and pass. Let me make it bigger. HTTP. So this is the normal users page, right? HTML return, and if we want to get JSON back, we can pass a header with accept application JSON. Accepts. Return. Ah, okay. Can we go there? Yeah, this is nice, right? I'm just going to put an array there. Okay, good. There it is. So, yep. Okay, so yeah, so the question is if router extensions are still there. Yes, you can define router extensions like .json, for example, and then wire that all those extensions will use a specific view by configuration, or for example, .pdf, and then wire it to another view so you can render PDF on the fly or anything. Yeah, that's also an option that we could define at the routing level and specify a default view that is not the app view. Okay, so there is the output. User, I think we have one user, right? Should be there somewhere. Okay, so what's next? Authentication. We're going to cover authentication real quick, hopefully. So we can then play with the authentication in the second part of the session. And for building authentication, I usually go to the book and check for the page there in the tutorial. So you can search for authentication in the book and then retrieve. I'm going to get the first one usually, which is the cookbook and the CMS tutorial, right? So going to the CMS tutorial and checking how that goes. Especially to copy the block of uses that are there at the beginning, right? So if you see the CMS tutorial in the book, it will start by creating or hashing the password. I usually start by configuring the application itself, the application class, and the authentication middleware. So you can just grab this big block here from the books to ensure that all the classes you're going to use later are going to be included. and go to your application class. We didn't talk about your application class yet, but we're going to do now. So if you see, you go to your application.php under your source, you will see this is basically, let me get this right. You will see there are a couple functions here. We have a bootstrap function, a middleware function, services, and bootstrap CLI. So basically this class is a very good place to tweak how your application is going to be bootstrapped or configured. It's going to be using the core methods. For example, if you go to the bootstrapping in the core, you will see that it is actually reading and including the bootstrap PHP. If you want to change that, your application.php is the right place to do that. Maybe your application does not want to follow these steps, or setup is going to be slightly different, and you can do that very easily here in the application class. And then also, it is the place where you define your middleware. Basically, we're going to deal a lot today with middlewares. We're going to use all the middlewares there that are available there. So is anyone here not familiar with middlewares at all, or would like a more introduction? Okay. Okay. I think the best way to talk about a middleware is to build a middleware from scratch. So I'm going to build one. I'm going to do it now. Let me get rid of this. Ooh, it's not what I want. Okay, big fonts. So I'm going to bean, cake, bake, middleware. Let's name it, how do you want to name this middleware? Hello world. Hello world. Let's do that. So we just baked a new middleware. And if you go to your application and see your middleware and namespace, hello world middleware is what we have, right? It's going to be an empty class right now. And this is how any middleware will work. I usually break this into response equals whatever, and then at some point we will return the response. So your request will, all the requests in a middleware, imagine that this is going to be a stack of things, right? So the request is going down. The request is coming down. Process all the middlewares from top to bottom. And when it finishes, whatever response we get from our controller action, it will go up again, the same stack. So every middleware will have the chance to add or remove or change the response in any way you want. So the middleware has two sides, going down or going up. So going down meaning you are able to interact with the request for the next middleware or your controllers. So you will have the chance to play with the request and then pass it along for others. And when you're done, when your controller action is finished, your view layer is rendered, everything's happy, response ready, you will have another chance to get the response and do something on the response and pass it up. So going down will be handling the request. Going down. Then you do whatever you want to do with the request, and you pass it below. And when you're finished, here, you're already finished. We, controller, already generated a response, right? You have the chance to alter the response any way you want. For example, because this is called Hello World, let's say that we are going to add a header to the response. We are going to do two things. We're going to define an attribute going down, and we're going to define a header going up, right? So for example, the attribute is going to be like this. I'm going to do request equals, I'm going to do this. With attribute Hmm? Whatever you want. I'm going to call it hello. Hello. And the value is going to be world. Right? We're passing down an attribute. But is this going to work? It's not going to work? Maybe. No, it's not going to work. Remember, the request is immutable. So don't forget to add the request, because it will modify an object that you will never use. So it's going to be fun to debug. This is actually for people coming from Cake 2. They are used to modify the request and the response because they were not immutable. But coming to Cake 3, they became immutable and generated all kind of trouble. So yeah, we have a request now, and the response, we're gonna also take the chance to response with a header, and we are gonna put a header here inside, like x hello and world. Okay. So first, how can we test this? If we go back to our application and we reload the page, might not work. It will never work because we never added the middleware to the middleware queue. So we just created a middleware, right? Which is great, but we need to remember going here and placing the middleware in our stack. And the order is important. Actually, the middleware has methods to put a middleware before some middleware or after some other middleware, right? In this case, because we have a simple application and we have all the middleware there visible, we can just select the place we want to put the middleware in, right? Usually below the error handler is a safe place. And if we need routes, it would be like around here, right? Because the routing middleware is going to process the routing of the application. And if we put it below line 93, we will have access to the routing params. If we put it here, above the 93, we will not have access to the routing params because they didn't happen yet, right? And then the polyparser is also is also helpful to ensure that we have a unified API to accessing the request data. And CSRF protection middleware, we're going to talk more about this one. So I'm going to put it here. Why not? I'm going to add, and it's going to be a new hello middleware. Okay. So I'm adding a middleware, and I need to ensure that I get this imported. So use. Good. Should work now, or not. Maybe. Is hello world. Okay. Maybe this is going to be the same problem below. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so if we inspect the response headers like this, you'll see that we should have a new response header set by this middleware. If you go here to the network tab and get the HTML to get, I'm going to make this bigger. I don't think it's going to be very readable. I don't know how to change the font, but. Hmm? The param? You mean in here? I don't need it. I don't need this in this case. I mean, it could be useful for some other middlewares to pass the application itself, so the middleware has access to the application and can do some other things using the application API, but in this case, we just don't need it.
Cache as a role
Yes.
It's a plugin, it's a kind of plugin.
Yes. Routing cache was extracted into an external plugin because it was very application specific, and it's only useful if you have a bunch of routes. And if you don't have a bunch of routes, the improvement is minimal, and it can cause all sort of trouble when you define in the...
It's a bunch of routes, it's not the full ones made by Cake.
No.
Okay.
Those are free routes.
Okay.
So you don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
The others are, for example, if you have a lot of static routing in your application, and you have, I don't know, 50 to, if you have a CMS, for example, and you have something to generate routes coming from a database and then generating a big amount of routes that is not dynamic, that you have it for some reason in a static, then route caching is good for you.
Okay.
Then, okay, so the response, I'm actually going to do it here. It's going to be clear. And the header?
Yeah, it should have been under requested and not under response, right?
Let me check if it is here first. One sec. Hmm? So, yeah, it's not there. What are you referring to here on the browser? Yeah.
Yeah, there was a drop down below for requested header.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we are looking for a response header. So you see, this is what we are trying to add here in the hello middleware. See, the attribute is created to request, and the response is with header. Yeah, of course. So I'm gonna do it properly here. This way. Exactly what I was talking about. Good catch. So then we get there, and we should now see the response properly. Yeah, there it is. Right? So, any other questions? All good? I like to see them as this way, like at two different moments. I usually break the methods when the middleware is big. I usually break in two. So I have things that are affecting the request, or maybe even in two different middlewares. Because sometimes if you're doing something that is big in both sides, maybe it's better to break it in two different middlewares and do something to the request and something else to the response. So you have separated. Good. So going back to authentication. So then we were talking about adding authentication to our application, discussing about the application, where it is. We can leave the middleware here. It's not going to harm anyone. And authentication, this one is going to be especially hot for CakePHP 5 because, you know, auth component is gone, right? It was deprecated in CakePHP 4, but in CakePHP 5, auth component is no more. So if your application... So it is time to migrate or refactor a little bit your code to use CakePHP authentication instead of auth component for your authentication needs. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to follow the tutorial here, the CMS tutorial. I'm going to grab this bunch of classes that we are going to need, put it there in my application. I think it's already there. No, it's not there yet. Okay. Then I'm going to ensure that, so a couple things here. How is this going to work? Actually, if we implement this interface authentication service provider interface will force our application class to implement one method, which is called get authentication service. This one, right? You can actually do this in a simple way or not using those interfaces, but it is important to understand that doing it this way would or could be better because the execution of this method will happen later when it is needed. Let me try to explain. My first reaction to this interface was trying not to use the interface and just trying to get the authentication service right away, which is totally doable. So if we try to do it this way, you are going to ensure you add a new middleware. And new authentication middleware. And the authentication middleware will need an authentication service. If you look at this. So there are options, right? You can you can create an authentication middleware passing, sorry. Let me finish this line here. If you take a look at the class, I didn't install the package. Yeah, good. So we need to install a package. You need to do composer, require CakepHP authentication. Not needed. Just do it on the while. So yeah, you require the authentication package, so you can have the classes already available. And then when it'll get downloaded, we will have the authentication available for playing.
Jorge, we have a question from
Okay.
YouTube. This user said that they thought using X to prefix your headers was no longer recommended.
Okay. This could be old school. Yeah, I agree.
It's X is for custom HTTP headers, so that's why basically.
Here, I'm going to let Kevin speak into the mic.
At least as far as I know, the X is needed for all custom HTTP headers still in the HTTP standard. So that's why X is basically prefixed in all our with added headers methods, because we expect that these are custom HTTP headers. But if they are not needed anymore, then we can surely discuss this in a GitHub issue or a GitHub pull request to get onto the current standard, I would say.
So take it up with the core, is what you're saying.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
They're all watching. So, and then another question, it says you used B command to search the book from the command line. Did you show how that works, or is that public somewhere?
Oh, that is public? Yeah. Actually, Alejandro did the plugin. Oh, okay. There's a link over there. I just
The
created
link was added.
Okay. I just created an alias because I use that a lot. So instead of calling the full command, it's just B for searching the book. Whatever. So you can do B authorization and get. We're basically exploiting the book API for search. So using, right? Not exploiting. So then the next step was, once we downloaded the plugin properly, and it is here already, right? So now we can take a look at the class. Now the class is available, and you can see the constructor of this class will allow you to pass either an authentication service interface or an authentication service provider interface. So you can actually pass an authentication service itself, but again, I don't want to overcomplicate and just follow the book. What I'm trying to say is that you can always go to your application and create a new authentication service. And do whatever you want to do there inside. So you don't need to use that interface, but it's very convenient because if you do it that way, the creation of the authentication the authentication service is going to happen for all your cases in all your requests because it is there in the code. If you instead pass an interface like this, it's delegated and will be called later. So you don't need to create all those objects for every request because maybe even there are some cases that they might not be needed. So it's a better way to use this. And then this must be an authentication provider interface. So I need to implement that interface. And let me go there. That's the reason we have implements authentication provider interface. Like that. Okay, so again, that will force us to create a new method, because if we don't create a method, we will get something like this. Blank page, and if you look at your error log, you will see what I'm talking about. And PHP will complain that the class is not implementing a given interface. Oh, view class type array non-returned. Users controller. Oh, that's old. Hello middleware not found. That's old. So yeah, we never reached that code, so we don't see the error yet.
On the top window from the web server itself.
Oh, on the top, yeah. Oh, perfect.
So
Tell me.
The
The
web server.
web service is just, yeah. So yeah, it's telling you that the application contains one abstract, and this one here mandates to implement this method, and you're not implementing the method, so you get this kind of error. But I wanted to show you all the errors. So because blank screens are daunting, and it's good that you have a way to react from that. And yeah, we need to implement the get authentication service method. So what is the signature for that method? We can get the signature from the book, or we can just go to the class and take a look, right? We can just go to this class here and see the method we need, which is this one, right? So we will need to implement this function here into the application class. Good, so this function is going to provide us an authentication service. So we can then do something like we do there in the book, which is configuring a service from scratch like this. Okay, I'm gonna go step by step here explaining what it does. Let me copy the chunk of code there. Okay, good. So first, the first thing we are doing here is basically creating an authentication service, right? We create a new instance of the authentication service, and we pass a configuration. The configuration is basically talking about what to do when a request is not authenticated. If we have this parameter, we are going to basically redirect to another URL. So if for some reason we get to a URL that is not authenticated, CakePHP will redirect to the login page. We can actually do login this way, or I think it was from path, or yeah, well, users login would be, or users login, right? Then we have a redirect query param that we will be able to use. So if we log in later on, the authentication will redirect to this URL. So if you were in users view 5, and this URL is not authenticated, you will pass that as a parameter, and CakePHP will redirect back to this one. You will see that later. And then we have a way to configure the identifiers. Identifiers are a way to carry your credentials. So in this case, we're going to use a password identifier that will have an email as a username and a password as a password. This is actually the default, so I don't think it's needed. And once we have the identifier set up, we are configuring 2 authenticators. Authenticators are going to play in order. So there is an order of them, and the authentication process is going to trigger all of them one by one. And then the first one that gets a user authenticated will return the identity, and if none of them are returning an identity, then it's going to fail, right? So we have 2 ways to authenticate a user. The first one is going to be using the session. So if there is a session already, and there is a user in the session, we do nothing else. We just retrieve the identity from the session and keep going. But if not, we are going to use form authentication that is basically going to detect first if we are in a specific URL. If we are in this URL and it is a post request, then we are going to get the username and the password fields this way, and we are going to trigger authentication, right? The authentication process is basically going to check for that using the identity, where it's going to generate a query, look for the user in the database, and if it is there, retrieve the user and match it, right? And that's how the authentication, at least the configuration is made. It's not going to work yet, right? But this is the way to define it. First, with a block of creating the authentication service itself, then configuring the identities you want to use, and then the authenticators in order. Right? Good. So next thing we're going to do is we are going to ensure that when we log in, actually the login action is going to exist. So we will need to do a couple things. Let's go first and ensure that the user, when it is saved, will be able to hash the password. So if you see here, let me ensure that we get this code applied to the user entity around here. So let me go to the user entity. There it is. So we are going to ensure that when we save a new user, the password is not going to be saved in clear text. It's going to be hashed. So this is a mutator in the user entity. Anyone not familiar with use of accessors and mutators in the entities? Everybody's familiar. Okay. So then, yeah, we're going to use the default password hasher to hash the password. So every time we create an entity and set a password, instead of storing internally in the entity the password in clear text, we're going to store the password encrypted or hashed in this case. We need to use the default password hasher around here. Okay, so that's another step wiring the whole thing. And the last thing would be having actually a login action. So we could, if we follow again the documentation, we will be able to grab that from here we're going to create the template first. So we will need to create a new file. This is going to be templates, users, login, and should be there. Users, login, around here. Okay, then let me get there with the users form. Okay, so this is a pretty simple template for a login form. As you can see, we are creating a form and then passing a control with an email and password and then submitting it. Right? So not a big deal. Not a big deal. We don't need an add user link because we are going to create the user using a shell, a command. Sorry. So then that's for the login action. If we want to test it, we can go and say something like in the code, we can go to the user's controller and create a login action. Let me do that. That actually is not going to do anything right now, right? So if I go to my application and try for users login, I will be able to see the form, right? We just created, because it's going to be an empty form that does nothing, right? So well, we don't have any implementation yet. So does nothing. So then when we, well, it actually does something because it is already wired with the authentication, so it will try to authenticate the user. If you see, well, first thing is I would like to have the bucket at this point, so I'm going to enable it. Let me go there. Going to my app local and ensure that the bucket is working. True. Okay. So now we have the bucket here. Or we should. Let me check why the bucket is not working. Let me check. It's force enabled, right? Hmm?
Do you have a JS error in your console? In your browser console?
Okay. Let me check. Maybe we have a missing extension or something. Huh? Something happened with the bucket. Maybe the data source configuration. It's complaining APC. Okay. I think it is enabled. Hmm? Yeah, I don't know why. It's there. Not enable, maybe? Shall I remove it then? I don't care about the extension right now. I'll take a look later if that fixes the issue. He doesn't like APC for some reason. Okay, no problem. So then what I was trying to show is that the request is actually processing already the authentication. So if you go to the request and check the attributes, you will see that we actually have an authentication object and an authentication result. So if you inspect the authentication result, you will see that we have missing credentials right now, right? But it's already working. It's already wired, and the middleware is actually doing things and processing the request and then generating those attributes for others to use, right? So that's something. Next thing we would need to, password, login action, and let me finish the login action so it will work. I'm going to get this done and go back to the login. The login is done. We need to wire the login action, just basically from here. Okay, so the login will allow get or post from the request and then inspect the result. We can get the result from the authentication component like this, or we can just get the result from the request. I mean, actually, if you look at the authentication component, that is not loaded yet. If we look at the authentication component, you'll see how that is processed. So you go to the authentication component, like this, you will see how the for filter get authentication. It was get result, right? Let me get that. So you can see we just get the authentication service and get the result. This result is going to be the same that we have as an attribute in the request. What I'm trying to say is that we are using a component for conveniency, but we already have everything we need in the request. We can just use the attributes from any place in the application to inspect the result if we need it, right? And that's for the login. If the result is valid, then we know that we are logged in, and we can actually redirect to somewhere. In this case, we're going to just redirect to the home page. And if not, we will just show a flash message and flag it as invalid. Last thing we need to do is to ensure that the authentication component is loaded. So we can go to the app controller and load the authentication component. Authentication, right? So now if we go to any page in the application, there is a missing component because authentication. Right. And I think I'm missing another thing, right? I'm missing another thing, which is login controller could not be. I did it wrong. You see, if you go to the application, this is not URL, right? Was from path or from? I think it is from path. Let me check that. No. Parse root path? No, I don't think so. I don't remember that as long. Check the notes here. One sec. Path URL. Yeah, that's better. So let me get there to the user, to the configuration for the authentication here, and it's not URL, it is path URL. And also around here. We don't care that, but path URL. That way, and reload. Login controller, let me check that. Okay, this is another typical issue when setting up authentication. It happens 99% of the time. So what's the problem? The problem is that we just created an application with everything protected, so when trying to redirect, it will hit the check for a protected route again, and redirect, right? The only way to get out of this redirect hell is to ensure that the login action does not require authentication, right? So we need to ensure that this is updated. Let me do that as well from here. Before
exceptions.
Hmm?
The kind of exceptions to the
Yes, is to mark an action as public. So you define that specific action because we loaded the authentication component at the app controller level, meaning that we are going to protect everything below. You could decide to load it specific. I really don't recommend that. So just enable at the app controller level and then define the exceptions to actions that do not require authentication, right? So this way we can do this in the before filter or initialize, and can do it before filter for the user's controller, and then inside, well, I may put it at the top. Like this. Okay, so we're calling the parent, and then authentication add unauthenticated actions. In this case, we only want the login for now, right? So if we go back to the site and try to go to the login page, or just go to /, it will now correctly redirect to the user's login and show the form, right? We are unable to log in at this point because we don't have any user, right? We were unable to create a user properly because the user we created was stored with a plain password. So we need to create a user with the password. And we're going to do that using a shell. So we don't want to define a registration URL in this application. We're going to just ensure that all the users are created by a human, by an administrator, go into the server and create the users using a shell. That's going to be the next step. We're going to create a user using a command. So first thing I'm going to do is to create the command. Let me go to the console and do bean cake. Make command add user. So the add user command is going to be available now. So Amanda, is 1 hour and a half past, right?
Yes.
So this is the middle of the,
Let's
okay.
take a break.
Yeah, because instead of getting into the next topic, I think I'm going to stop here and give you 10 minutes for whatever you're going to do, a small break, and then get back in 10 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Just allow the add of the user and did the same thing.
Okay, Jorge replied and said, sorry, no, I think Max thought it will be more fun if I sent
Okay. So let's keep going, right? After the first half of the workshop, we were covering the setup of an application from scratch. We did set up a CakePHP 5 application. We baked all the controllers and all the classes needed. We went through authentication, and we are actually about to finish that part. And then on the second block today, we are going to cover the security features of the framework. I'm going to try to be fast here because time is running and there's a lot of things to cover. I'll do, we were talking about creating a new shell to create users, actually. This is what I'm going to do really fast. So I'm going to be in Cake. Well, actually, we have the command already created. I can do and open the add user command. And we're going to use this, whatever it is, add user command. Yeah. So we are going to use the CakePHP command to create a new command, define the parameters that are going to be available for this command, and run the command creating a new user. Basically, the parser is going to be defined. The parser here is going to be able to tell CakePHP about arguments to the command, or positional, or other like a help message, or description about the command, and some other things that are going to be useful then later in the command shell in the CLI. So I'm going to do a return parser. I'm going to say that we're going to add an argument. I'm going to actually copy that because that's not so important and I don't want to spend time typing. So you see we are going to generate a new command with 2 arguments. That is going to be the email of the user and the password, right? So it will also check for those arguments present as required in the command line and complain if they are not. And the second thing is we're going to do execute, and we are ensured that we are going to be able to create the new user, which is basically creating and saving an entity this way. So you can see we're going to create a new user entity. We're going to define email and password based on the arguments we get from the command line, and fetch the users table and save it or fail, right? And then we are going to return that everything went fine. We need to include the user entity at the top. And this is basically what I'm going to do. So we have the user available here. So now if we want to if we want to create a new user, we can do bean cake add a user. It will complain because there is an email argument missing, so we can create a user called test@example.com with a password. And sorry, we need to ensure that, because I don't want to do this all the time, so now you know that environment exists. I'm going to do this into my app local, so I don't need to worry about that every time. Do that inside of app local. Define it as a default for the default data source. Okay, that's better. So let's check the user was created. There it is. User with an encrypted password and hashed. And then let's try to log in, which is the final step. We can now go there, and It's a test, add example, password. Okay, that works. So now, if you go and check and debug it, you will see in the request we have an authentication result that is success. And actually, we have an identity, right? This is the user that was retrieved from the database, and with the data coming from the database, we created an identity object that is injected into the request as an attribute. You can inspect that here with the data coming from the database, right? Good, so that's for authentication. We're not going to cover authorization because it would be the rest of the the rest of the workshop. So we're going to get into CSRF right away, right? Go ahead. Yes?
Would it be possible to extend the authentication middleware for something like LDAP, to use LDAP instead of database?
Okay, so the question is if it would be possible to use the authentication for LDAP.
Yes.
And the answer is yes, and it's done already in a number of places. So not only for LDAP, for JWT or OAuth or many others. So the beauty of the authentication is that you have different providers or different classes you can implement as authenticators and add more over time. There is already a bunch of classes created for integrating with a third party, for example, for OAuth 2 or OpenID Connect or others that are already available. Just need to download the plugin and use it. Okay. If you have specifics, I can forward you to plugins because there are many plugins providing authenticators. Okay. Good. So CSRF. Is anyone not familiar with CSRF? What it is, this thing? Everybody's familiar with? Okay. So you want me to skip this one? I can skip it. No, I'm gonna explain that quickly. So then, by default, CakepHP implements CSRF. If you go to your application class, let me get there. You see one of the middlewares that are included by default is this one, CSRF protection middleware. Basically, the middleware will provide you a token on the GET request. So when you post something, it will compare or check that the token is yours. It will match the token, so it will ensure that nobody else just took away your session and tried to post an action in your behalf, right? So that's what the CSRF will do. And a typical exploit, and this is the reason we have an evilsite.example.com, typical exploit will look like this. Let me show you here. So I'm going to create a example.com and then this one here. So you can see what I'm trying to do, right? So if you check out this code, it's very naive, right? It's not what they do to try to steal your session, but just as an example, right? So if we visit this page, let me open a server for it. I'm going to open a server here for, I'm going to ensure that this is being served as this one, and then I'm going to open a PHP this. So I can go to evil side, right? Not this one. This is another evil side. 8766. No, this is not the one. 876. Oh, I'm wrong. So I need to switch to the right folder first and then run the server. Because then, if not, I was running CakePHP twice. Okay, so this could be the type of attack, right? They are going to try to hide the form inside an iframe or do some other tricks I don't understand. But at some point, you will need to be tricked to click somewhere, and they're going to try to act in another site on your behalf using this code. So if you see the form action, it's actually posting to some other place. And they are actually expecting that you're already logged in or you already have a working session with this other site, and we can, to make it easier, we can fake it this way. So like this, and application, I can get this commented out. I need to comment the CSRF, of course, because if not, it won't work. And I think app controller. To get this done. So now if I go to my site, which is going to be CakeFest 2023.com. No, example. Cake typo. CakeFest. Okay, this one.
When did I complete?
Good. So this is the site. If I go to my users, view, for example, 3. We don't have 3, so 2. Okay, so this would be like a normal operation for myself. Imagine that I am logged in, I have a session, etc. Right on the site. They're going to try to use that to alter the site, forcing me to click in somewhere that I'm not aware of, right? Like a link coming from an SMS or an email or stuff like that, right? So if I change it this way, and I go to the bad site, and I click on get your free gift, this has been updated, right? And that is wrong because I shouldn't be able to do that or to do that easily, right? The use of the CSRF will block those attempts. So if you go back to the application and re-enable the CSRF, like this. Okay. Then go into the evil side again. I'm trying to post it. I'll get that, right? Missing or incorrect CSRF, because I am not going to be able to fake the session of the user because I don't have the previous token that he got when editing that page, right? So this is a good protection to have it enabled by default. I know by experience that it causes a lot of trouble sometimes, especially for JavaScript integration and stuff like that. But with proper wiring the CSRF token into your JavaScript and passing it as a header, I think that is pretty doable as a generic thing in your application. You'll still be able to use it in your application and be protected for those kind of attempts. That's one thing, right? Next thing would be form protection. Form protection is not enabled by default, but you can enable in your app controller around here. What form protection is going to do is to ensure that you're not able to tamper a form easily. So let's imagine, for example, that we want to manage the active flag of the users internally. We don't want this to be managed by the users because there is a subscription. If they don't pay the subscription, we are going to flag the user as inactive, for example, right? So we are going to go, I'm actually going to leave it commented out. We're going to go to the user's edit page. And because we're going to manage the active flag that way, I'm going to get rid of it, right? Because we're going to manage from the subscriptions plugin and not from the user itself. So then the user is going to be able to go here and say, oh, this is my account. I'm going to edit my account. Edit. And if I have the suspicion that there is a column named as active, I could actually go and tamper this form and say, okay, well, actually I am active now. Let's say I'm inactive, right? I'm just showing an example. So you could go here to the form and go to your, actually to the form you're using, this one, and then edit the form as HTML, right? And then as a form, you can get there and add a new input and say something like, I'm going to copy the previous one. Value. Well, okay. So I'm going to copy this one and paste it here. I'm going to say, okay, it's going to be, I don't care, name, it's going to be active, and ID, I don't care, and the value is going to be 1. Right? So if I do that and submit, I'm actually saving the user. So whatever the value was before, now it is active, right? Having form protection will block this type of attempt, these attempts in the page when you're generating the form in the backend, right? So if we go back to the code, if we go back to the code and re-enable or enable the form protection, going back to the site, I try to tamper again. Let me edit this one. Yeah, this one, doesn't matter. Form. So it was for active, right? Name is active. ID, we don't care. Value 1. So now we try to save it, and we get that error, right? We see that error because we are in debug mode, but in production we'll see just generic error on the output. Actually, the form protection is detecting that we are injecting a field that was not there when we generated the form, and just warning us that this field should not be there, and blocking the attempt to save the form, right? It is also going to be able to block sending the form to an action that is not the right one, or changing the value of a hidden field. So if we generate a hidden field from the backend and it has a fixed value, like ID 1, for example, if we try to change the value, it's also going to break. Okay? That's for the form protection. Another security feature of the framework is handling the allowed value in the entities. So if this is also #1 problem when you save something and you don't see it in the database. The first place to look at is allowed in the entity configuration. So let's say, for example, that we don't want to allow that case to happen, right? To the user to be able to write their own active status. So we could go to the entity inside of the model, entity, user, and then here inside, we can just get rid of active from here, and then ensure that when any form is patched, the data in the entity for the active column will not be used, will just be ignored. So we have the guarantee that when we patch it to save, the active is never going to be coming from the user land. We will need to ensure that we create the logic to update the active in the database. So if we don't do it, there's not going to be any update, right? Also, another thing that is useful here is to ensure that any sensitive information is going to be the hidden array. So when we JSON output, or when we call to a string in an entity to serialize the entity, those fields are not going to be present in the output. So we are actually safe that we are not going to leak that information that could be sensitive for other users to see, right? And that's for entity allowed. Then we can talk about CSP. So content security policies, right? So many. So then, what's a typical case in those situations? Let's imagine that, okay, so let's imagine that you have, for some reason, you forget to escape one value in your template, right? So let's see if we go to the user's view, for example, and we forget to do this. Instead, we just print the first name, right? Okay. So then a user could do something like this. Could be trying to inject something into your site this way. Let me check, because I will try to do it first and then try to fix it, right? Yeah, I did it with evil. Okay. Let me try to create then a new file here inside. In evil side, I'm going to do vi evil.php. I'm going to say alert hi. Right. And then I'm going to launch the server. Not this one, but this one for, right? So now if we go to evilsideexample.com, like this, we get that, right? All fine. But then we have a user that goes to our site and then tries to inject that, for example, and users edit, why not? But then we change it to do this. I already have it here, right? So let's see, our first name is going to be HTTP, whatever, right? Then the rest of the things are going to be okay. So this is going to be our nice first name. And when we go to the view page, just want to say that, which is bad, right? So a number of, obviously, this is happening because we are not escaping the output, right? That's the first problem, right? But even in that case, there is a second layer of protection that we could use related with CSP, for example, to ensure that we are not loading assets from servers that we don't trust, right? This is what those headers are going to do in our browser. So we can go to, we can go install it. We need the composer require Parangoni CSP builder, composer. Like this. Sorry, no, typo. Thank you, composer. And we will need to build the layer in our middleware. Let me grab it from here. So I'm going to go to the application, create another middleware around here, and pass some configuration. Actually, we are going to pass this script source configuration, letting them to use external sets from Google Analytics, right? Because we need that for some reason. And self and unsafe and unsafe eval is going to be true. This could be more restrictive, but initially setting that to true is okay until you test that everything's working fine, and then you can be more and more restricted. And then we also there is an option to upgrade insecure request, meaning that if the request is made to HTTP, it will be automatically upgraded to HTTPS, right? Just in case you forget or do not use HTTPS properly. Then with this configuration, I need to include the CSP middleware around here. CSP. Okay. And if we try this again, where is that? Oh, yeah. So now there is nothing, right? And the reason is that that request was actually blocked, right? It was blocked, and the reason is CSP. You can see that now around here. So you see that the browser, because of that header added to your application, the browser will never try to load any asset that is outside of the URLs that are permitted, right? So this is a good layer of defense to download assets that were injected in the site for other issues that you could have, right? So this is as well. It will need some testing because maybe you're not, or you don't remember some assets that you're loading dynamically or something, and something is going to fail at some point. But once you have that done, it will add this kind of header that you see here in the response headers for content security policy as specified, right? Good. So that's another thing we can do. Another thing we can do is using security headers, right? That's another middleware that will add more headers to my response. For example, I'm going to get that from my notes. Like that. And like that. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to create a new security headers middleware with some configuration in it. We're going to set the refer policy. The refer policy will basically handle what information are you sharing with a referrer. So when someone clicks in your page and goes to another page, there is a referrer that is carried over. And you can actually say, okay, I don't want to share anything from that. So the other side will not have that information. That could be leaking something like the query string or something that you don't want to be leaked. X-frame options is useful, so your site will not be able to be loaded inside of an iframe in another place. So if someone is trying to, there's some noise here. Okay, all good. So if someone is trying to fake your site, basically by including your site inside of an iframe and then doing something nasty around it, this can prevent normal browsers to say, okay, this site is not intended to be included in another place, so block it. Then we have the no open method, allowing you to specify that all the files must be downloaded. So you cannot click on a link and then open the quick viewer or something in the browser to see it. You click on the link and it gets downloaded. And then the no sniff will prevent browser to do content sniffing that could also expose some information to others, which is basically if the browser does not understand the content, the type of the content you have in the server, he will try to operate with defaults. And this is blocked. If the content type is wrong, it will fail, right? So that's going to be adding a couple more security headers or response headers to our site. Let me add it around here. Because I'm missing the add command right there. Last thing is I need to use it as the others. Okay. So, no, this is not. This one should be working as before, hopefully. Yeah. But then we will have a bunch of other response headers that you can check there in the console. Around here. X download options, no open, X-frame options, etc. Well, they are using X. Okay, so then we have then the next one that would be HTTPS enforcers. So I think that's the last one we're going to cover today. And this one is about ensuring that your site is going to be using HTTPS and is not going to be able to be loaded without HTTPS. It's actually, I don't know, it's not the last one. Let me add it and explain you one thing then. HTTPS enforcer. Right, and then let me copy that code from it. Okay. Okay, so HTTPS enforcer middleware, we are actually going to pass HSTS parameter that will basically tell the browser, okay, for the next 10, I think, seconds, all the requests done to this domain must be HTTPS, including all subdomains and all the assets you load. So even if someone's trying to load a non-HTTPS, maybe to leak some information from the site, the browser will refuse and just use HTTPS for loading everything, right? And this preload is a bit dangerous because it will actually tell a third-party server that your domain must be HTTPS. So if you're not sure that all your subdomains are using HTTPS and you enable this thing for a long time, then your browser is going to fail to load it. So just ensure that when you enable preload, you will have all your domains or subdomains in this case to be compatible with HTTPS, because if not, it's going to fail. Okay. Next one is CORS. Yep, go ahead.
Hold on.
If you do the HSTS thing, you can clear it from the browser or just use like incognito in another browser. But that'll like bypass that if you do accidentally have it on, but not all your subdomains are HTTPS.
Okay. Yeah, another is a question. Is it, no, it will bypass, right? Yeah. Another, okay. That sucks. Yeah, yeah. So the comment was about, well, I don't know if the speaker is in the stream, right?
Yeah.
That one. Okay. Nice. Thank you for the comment. And another thing I was realizing when checking this is that unless you have a first HTTPS request valid, it will never trigger. So if you enable HSTS, but there is no valid certificate, it will just ignore it. Okay? It's not going to block your site in development or anything like that. But the first time an HTTP certificate is valid, from that point in time, the rest of the requests by that time are going to be forced to be HTTPS. Okay? Next thing is I want to talk is about CORS, right? This is something everybody has been fighting if using an API and the API is hosted in another domain, for example, that you need to ensure that your API is going to be friendly with the sites that are trying to use it. So setting up CORS can be done in a number of ways. The example I bring for you today is setting up CORS using a middleware. And let's imagine we are going to create a new site, blog.example.com. I'm going to create a new site now, blog.example.com. And I'm going to ensure that we are loading something, right, from this domain. I'm going to ensure that this is happening here. VI index. No. case. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to fetch from another domain the http CakeFest2023.com users index, right? Because I'm going to use that content in my blog for some reason, right? So if I try and do it now, let me load this using like that. And I'm going to visit the site that is going to be blog example. Okay. Oh, not this one. Okay. So if you look at it, the content's actually blocked because we are not defining any course headers in our site. So you see the request was blocked by cross-origin, and yeah, we need to ensure that there is a header in my other side in order for this side to be using the other side, and this is done by course this way. Again, I'm creating a new middleware for it. So let me create a middleware and then try to explain what it does. Gonna, I need another terminal. Too many terminals. Cake. I need to do it this bigger. Okay, we have a course middleware, and let me get that from here. Middleware, course middleware. Okay, so you could do this at the app controller or at the controller level if you want to. I just use a middleware for it. So you see what I'm doing is basically ensuring that I enable the course headers only for the user's controller, because I want to do that restriction. I only enable course for that particular controller. And then I'm going to basically create a course builder object. And the course builder object will allow me to define the allow origin for that particular block. Keep in mind you need to add the port if the site is served in a non-standard port as well. And also I can define a number of methods that are going to be allowed, and a number of headers that could be allowed too, if I want to allow credentials or not, exposing headers, and the age, right? So building this, I actually need to add my new middleware around here. It's going to be there. Let me do that around here. Add the new course middleware. I need to use it like this, and now course missing allow origin. Let me check if I have course actually. Yeah, let me check. Maybe there is an error.
You're under a different URL.
Different one? This one is the wrong one. You mean? Like here in the definition of the middleware of the allow origin, this one?
Oh, sorry.
Is it the same? Okay, must be something else then. So possibly a typo or an error. Let me load the original site. Yeah, HTTPS enforcer middleware. Yeah, it's not in routing. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, wrong package. And okay, that's looking better. And now the blog should be able to load the content from the other side, right? Not yet. Let me check the course headers here. No, they're not going to be there because this is pre-flagged. So there must be some typo on my other side. Is it for users? Port is okay. You see anything wrong? It's been added, right? Yeah, it's there. Okay. Let me check if it is being called. And checking this in pre-flag is going to be a mess because I need to use curl for it. So I'm tempted to skip it and fix it later and put it on Slack if you want to, because we only have half an hour and still need a lot to cover. Should work, okay? I'm sorry, I'm sure that there must be some typo somewhere. Let me get to the next one, and I'll post the updated code in Slack later. I don't want to hold it there. There are some general best practices, and now we're going to get to OWASP top 10. We have only half an hour ahead, so I have a couple other examples here. I was designing this like a game, so I'm going to offer you 4 answers, and you need to vote for the right one, right? So let's see. The number 1 is broken access control, right? What is this about? This is when a user, for example, tries to write a wrong URL and try to access your site in an unprotected area, right? So for example, you have here several types of attack, like for example, someone trying to inject an account ID that is not correct, or somebody just trying to use random URLs in your site. This is the number 1. So what do you think about it? How do you think we could mitigate the problem? Using form security, using authorization, CSP headers, or using Java? Using Java, always. Anyone voting for form security? No? Authorization? 2 votes. CSP headers? Somebody's thinking? Use Java? Well, so the answer is authorization, right? To ensure that all the endpoints in our application are going through authorization. And this is something that CakepHP is going to help you to do because of the authorization component, checking that every single action that you have in your application has at least one authorization check, right? If not, he will complain very hard. Number two is cryptographic failures. So here we have a note about first detecting that, especially regarding recent regulation, not so recent regulation like GDPR, etc., we need to identify things that are in transit versus things that are at rest. And we need to identify the sensitive data we have in the applications and then specify a policy for each one. So, for example, data in transit must be protected by a certificate or SSL or TLS, right, to be encrypted while in transit. Things that we need to check in our CakePHP application would be the way we define connection with the data source, for example. So we don't connect with the data source unencrypted. Sometimes there is a specific restriction that that type of data will be encrypted when it is in transit. So we need to ensure that, for example, if we are connecting with a MySQL database that is in another place, in another server, we need to ensure that the connection with the MySQL database is also HTTPS or TLS, right? To ensure that the data is encrypted in transit. And then for data at rest, the attack scenario that they command here, or the one I selected, is an application that encrypts credit card numbers. That is initially wrong. But an application that encrypts credit card numbers in a database using automatic database encryption. So somebody having or allowing or your application failing and allowing an attacker using SQL injection is actually able to retrieve the data in clear, right? Because the encryption is happening at the database level. So how can we fix that? Could we escape template variables, enforce HTTPS, encrypt data before save, or use Python? Anyone? For 1, 2, 3? Some votes were 3, yeah. I have an example here about encrypting data using an encrypted column, but I don't know if we will have the time to cover all the things, so I'm going to push it to the end, right? If we have the time and you have the will, I will do it, right? It's an encrypted type, so you encrypt things into a database type, similar to a JSON type that is covered in the book. Yes, encrypted data before save. The number 3 is injection. There are many types of injection, and there appear new types of injection with new technologies. So, yep, an application uses untrusted data in the construction of the following SQL call, right? You see, we have an application like this one, and let me actually copy that. Where? Okay. Go to the users table, sorry, user controller. Sorry.
Drop database on the
Yeah, or whatever. There is a meme with your son, drop database. Yeah. So let me go to the users controller. And let's see, we can change this to be insecure. Sorry. I want to know this. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the view, where is my view? Okay, here it is. and say, okay, let's see, let's change this a little bit and say, okay, I'm going, or index, better. I'm going to filter, and I'm going to use only, so we did here, we're going to use only for last name, for example, right? Now that's a trick, right? So last name, and we want to do like, and the last name. Let me do it this way. Okay. So, yeah, that's gonna work. And I'm gonna get the last name from somewhere, right? By a query string, for example, right? Okay. So, quote. Ah, yep. Thank you. And yeah, last name would be something like this, and then I think I have it there. Like this. Okay, so you get the idea, right? If we force if we detect that the input is not escaped because we see some weird SQL error or something, we can start playing with these kind of things in the browser and try to inject some SQL. This SQL is basically, instead of filtering by something, is going to retrieve us all the users. And those all users will possibly contain sensitive information that we can exploit later, right? So this kind of injection is what they are talking about. So again, use the ORM properly, right? The problem in this case was we were not using the ORM properly, and we were using it as a key, and the key is a bad place because it is not being escaped. So we need to always ensure that when we write queries like this, if we want to write it as an array, we put the last name, put the right side, put the user value or the user input on the right side. So that is going to be escaped properly by the ORM, and we won't have this kind of problem, right?
We can use the like function to write the like.
Yes. So the question is if that we can use a like function as well, and will we make it? I don't know what to say if better, but yeah, we could use the like function and build the function inside of the where, like something like this. I have the query. I think it was query func like, no expression,
Yes.
and new expression, or just like, right? I think I have an example out there.
You need to pass a closure, an
Mhm.
anonymous function first.
Yeah, but I think the new expression has a like, right?
Yes, and the method like.
Okay. And then the where must be something like first name.
No. The first part.
Oh, the first part is the com.
yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes, first name and the second one.
Yeah, yeah. First name, and then the first name.
Yes.
I'm working out of memory, so I don't know if this is going to work, but it should be something like this. So yeah, use the URM properly. Number 4 would be insecure design. Insecure design meaning something we did when designing the security of the application is bad and can only be fixed by changing it completely. For example, one of the scenario that they provide is a credential recovery workflow, including questions. That was common some time ago, that you had a way to recover your password using questions like what's your pet name or what's your favorite color, something like that. But in this case, what do you think we should do with these kind of issues? 1, anybody? 2, 3, 4? Okay, so yeah, the point here would be remove the feature completely. There is no way, it is a design flaw. There is no way we can mitigate it. We just need to remove it. We need to remove those questions. Right? Number 5 is security misconfiguration. For example, in a way that we leak information through server headers, or we leak information through the stack trace that we send back to the user when we shouldn't, or the exception. Sometimes I remember doing something like grab the exception message and put it in a flash message, right? Or something like that. Sometimes this could be leaking information that somebody could use, yeah, the way to get this number 5 mitigated, what do you think could be? 1, should we provide no details about underlying stack? 2, update to the latest versions. 3, add security headers. Or 4, say you're using another framework. 4, right? There's something evil inside of you. Yeah, we can just provide no information. A way to do that is a way to do that could be in Nginx. You have server tokens and setting the headers this way. So Nginx will not provide or leak the version to someone who is accessing it. In PHP, you can do something like expose PHP off to ensure that the version is not there, and with the X powered by da-da-da. And in the case of CakepHP, just to ensure that your application cannot be fingerprinted by some of these things, right? There are actually suites that detect the underlying stack based on the presence of something like the cake fav icon or stuff like that, that they try to fingerprint the version of the CakePHP you're using. If you remove all of that, it's going to be harder for them. Good. So number 6 is vulnerable and outdated components. Components running same privileges. So yeah, any flaw in those components can be a serious impact. For example, that old PHP mailer, a library that we never updated since when, right? How do you think we could mitigate those issues? Number one, always use secure libraries. Number two, validate, track, patch dependencies. Number three, don't use Composer. Number four, use Node.js. Number two, right? Yeah, we need to have a way to track and validate all the dependencies we have in the project to ensure we get notified when an insecure version is present, so we go and patch it, right? It's not fun, but it's work. Then number 7 would be identification and authentication failures. The scenario would be credential stuffing, the use of a list of known passwords for a common attack. How do you think we could mitigate those? Number 1, rotate passwords every 3 days. Number 2, rotate every 7 days. Number 3, multi-factor. Number 4, encrypt passwords with at least a lot of bits. Number 3, right? This is, yeah, credentials, passwords are broken, and a lot of big companies know about that, and so the reason of the passwordless authentication schemes, I think Mark is going to talk about that in his workshop, and other alternatives, right? Like multi-factor authentication nowadays is mandatory, right? Using any kind of multi-factor like a YubiKey or an Authorization or an application or any other way. Number 8 is software and data integrity failures. Integrity failures relate to code and infrastructure that does not protect it against, sorry. That's it. Does not protect against integrity violations. For example, updating packages without signing, right? That's a typical scenario. There were a lot of these type of attacks recently in other stacks, where a package that was not trusted got infected by some code that was bad code, and a lot of people was affected because they were just downloading automatically the same package, right? What do you think we could do about this for mitigating this type of issues? Remove external dependencies not needed, install packages from trusted sources only, or remove all packages and copy everything to your plugins folder. 2, actually 1 and 2, right? Because 1 is going to help us to reduce the surface we have for this type of attacks, and 2 is going to help us to install packages from trusted sources only and with singing in place. 9, security login and monitoring failures. The scenario was a website operator that couldn't detect a breach for a long time, and that breach could have been in progress since 2013, right? This kind of issues that are long in time, but nobody's monitoring, nobody has logs about it, and so it's impossible to detect. What do you think it could be? Number 1, add logs to relevant sensitive actions in the site, add logs to suspicious activity in the site, add logs to all actions in the site, add logs to all actions in the site, including all mouse X, Y change events. 1? Yeah. 1, and they recommend 2 as well, because my question is, how do you know this is suspicious activity, right? Because if I know it, I would just block it, right? I don't need to log it because, oh, it is suspicious, I'm going to block it. But yeah, they recommend to use both, right? And number 10, and the last one, is an SSRF, or server-side request forgery, right? This is a type of attack where the attacker injects a URL or an IP in your system, hoping that you do something with it, affecting a third-party system. So for example, if I have an input and I put your site, your website, and I can do this with 3,000 sites, maybe I'm creating a DDoS attack to your website with the resources of 3,000 sites instead of my resources, right? So that could be a valid scenario. And another scenario would be sensitive data exposure, because if that URL is accessed from my backend, maybe there are some rights that are going to be overreading or are going to be ignored, because maybe I will have access to some internal services or data that could be then exposed to the attacker. How do you think we could mitigate those type of attacks? Use a denial list and strong regular expressions to validate domains, sanitize all target IP addresses, validate domains with a positive allow list, or block all traffic. 2 and 3, right? Sanitize all target IP addresses and validate. They say 3, but that's because they are covering also the different protocols. But having a strong validation, whenever you offer the user to enter any URL or any data that will be used then to process the outside, right, would be the way to go. That's it. That's all the top 10 OWASP lists. We cover, I think the last update was a couple of years ago. I don't know, what time is it?
You've got like 5 minutes. 4 minutes.
I have 3 minutes, okay. I try to cover all of them. I know it's a bit hard, but it's also good that we are all familiar with the main types of attack and how to mitigate them, and then use the CakepHP available security. I was actually learning a couple things while doing this, and there were some headers I was not using at all. So hopefully from now on I will. And I hope that also, do you have any questions before I continue and close?
Any questions?
Okay, hope that is useful and you can apply that to your day-to-day job. And any other questions, I'm going to be around the rest of the day and available in Slack as well. Thank you, everybody.
Can you guys hear me? Is this on? Hello? Okay, well. Larry, is this mic on? It says it is. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Not through the speakers? Oh, I kind of hear. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're going to break. We're going to be monitoring. For the first person who gets the answer right, you are going to win some swag money to use in our CakePHP shop. Here you'll get the same thing, plus I have just some other little goodies. So Kevin is not allowed to answer, and especially Mark is not allowed to answer this question. So the person who gets it right first, if you cheat, as long as you're that fast, that's fine. I don't care. So here is the question. Are we ready? What day was CakePHP 5 officially released? If you're not smart, you got to be quick and look it up. And somebody in the Slack channel, if you get it, post ASAP. We're looking for a winner here and on Slack stream. 9th of September. Congratulations, Kelso. We have an answer. Well, and if somebody didn't answer in the stream, now they know it, but congratulations. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a quick break for lunch. If you guys want to coordinate and people want to, travel and have lunch together, that'd be great. And we will be back at 1:30.
This is not going to work. Oh boy. It's really washed out.
Okay, I know we have a couple maybe just joining us now, but reminder, water station in the back, make sure you're on our Slack channel. To all of those who are following us and streaming, we are glad to have you. Thanks again to all of our sponsors for making it happen, all of you for making the trip, and everybody watching at Passable as well. But we'll jump back in because I know Mark's ready. I know it's almost insulting for me to have to explain who Mark is if you follow CakepHP. But the project would not be, what it is, where it is without him. But people, every time I post Mark, they're like, oh, the man, the myth, the legend. But everybody please welcome Mark Story.
That was cool. Well, all right. Yeah, there's no myth or legend. What's going on? Yeah, I would like to preface with I'm just a regular developer, much like all of you. I just happen to use my time in the evenings to screw around on CakePHP versus other things. There's no magic. It's just doing stuff. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a demo, kind of working from a finished repository and kind of walking through how the repository was built, kind of showcasing some of the new features in Cake 5, and then some other things that are built on top of authentication and authorization, kind of covering some things that I find useful in applications that I build for around those concerns for authentication and authorization. So we'll be building a sudo mode. This is, you see this on GitHub. You try and change a setting on GitHub. GitHub says enter in your password. So I wanted to show how that can be done with Cake's authentication system or the authorization system. And then I also wanted to kind of give a quick demo on web authentication. So that's an authentication flow that uses hardware tokens or can use hardware tokens. It can also use your phone. It can use if you're on Windows, there's the Windows Hello piece. Apple has the fingerprint and the face scanning. I'm going to be using this teeny tiny YubiKey that my work gave me. YubiKeys come in a variety of sizes and shapes and features. If you're interested in getting a YubiKey or a hardware token in general, YubiKey is a great provider. They make these little teeny tiny guys that kind of live inside a USB port, and then to make bigger ones, you can do NFC. And we'll talk about like what these little devices are doing when we get to that part of the demo. As for where the code is, there's this repository. It has different branches for different kind of the different examples I'm going through. We're going to be starting off with the repository page does not tell you the branches because I screwed up the branches. But each of the branches is for a different section of the demo. If you have questions, please interrupt me. There is no script I'm following. I'm just kind of freewheeling the whole thing. I'm going to pull up my notes right now. But I have no slides, and always like taking questions. I can't see the questions on Slack, so if someone asks a question in Slack and we want to go through it, please let me know. Okay, so we're going to start off with the new features in Cake 5. And so I figured the best way to do that would be to show you kind of in an interactive environment. So I think one of the first kind of big changes are kind of related to date time. So we have this application, it has a database. I deleted the database just before the demo. The reason for that is that I could start it over again. So we're just going to build the schema. We can look at what the schema is in a second. Build the schema. And I'm just going to insert some data into the database. So that's what those two commands did. As for what's in the schema, there are some calendar items. I picked calendar items because I have dates. That's the only reason I picked calendar items. There are users. The users include this UUID column, which is relevant for the WebAuth example. And then there's a sudo until column, which is used for the sudo mode example, or part of the workshop. And there's passkeys, which will be used for the WebAuth. So that's kind of the schema we're working with. And so we'll just kind of jump into these kind of demos at this point. So I'm going to run this command. I started a shell command, and it dropped me into a REPL. And the way I did that is by using a helper in Cake called breakpoint. And so you can call the breakpoint function, and then what the breakpoint function does is it makes code that you could use to make a breakpoint. So PHP does not have a native breakpointing, but it does have the ability to eval code. And eval is wonderful in that you can take a string and run it as code. And so we're running code that will dump us into a breakpoint and give us a REPL. So we're inside like a sci shell, which is very similar if you were to do like bin cake console REPL, but we have some local variables. So we can look at the local state. We can see that there's a variable called day, which contains an entity. And this entity has a bunch of properties. Most notably are, it's very long in this example. So we can do day, and then it's like start date, I think is the property we want to look at. So start date is a date. So one of the changes we've made in, yeah, what's up?
Can you change the dark mode?
Not without a lot of pain, because I have to, if you want to see how I reconfigure my whole terminal, yeah, we could do that. But I don't think that will be much fun to go through. Maybe we can shut the lights off or something? Because it's, can we shut like the front set of lights off? Are there lights switches? Is that better? Hey, we fixed it. Dark mode. Just make we'll just make the room dark. It's way easier than making my terminal dark. Yeah, sadly, I'm a light theme warrior because that's just how I work. Okay, so one of the changes we've made in Cake 4 was mapping columns to dates. The change in Cake 5, if you had ever used the date objects in Cake 4, they would have methods like add seconds, right? And then that add seconds method would be like, you can't add seconds to a date. So we just deleted all those methods. That was the fix. That's the breaking change. So there is a breaking change related to dates, but you couldn't use those features anyways. So if you're already not using the parts of the date and datetime libraries that threw exceptions, then you don't really have to do anything. You will have to change some type hints. Dates are no longer datetime immutables because dates are not datetimes. Dates are just dates. They don't have times. So if we go to start date and we can use our tab completion in our, let's not do that. Okay, if we were going to do like add seconds, right? Add seconds. This would work in Cake 4 and would raise a runtime exception. Now it'll just tell you like you can't do that. It doesn't exist. Similarly, you can't like modify them with seconds. So you can modify dates, but you can't modify them by seconds. So if we go here and just do like 1 second, it's going to give you another exception. So that's kind of like the breaking changes around dates. Yeah. You can't use them for times. If you try and set times, it doesn't work because the methods don't exist. You can still format dates as you would have in the past. So you can still ask a date to be formatted with time. So you could do like, HIS, the wrong H, but who cares? It'll give you a value, but they're always set to midnight if you try and get their times. Next, there is a start time, and the start time I've mapped as a time column. No, I didn't. What did we call that column? Oh, that's right, it's called time. So the start time is null. Yes. Good enough. Okay, fine. So I have another one in here called time. So this is another calendar instance. So, calendar events can be like full day events, or they can have dates and times. So that's kind of how I modeled it. So we have start times and end times. And the time objects have time. They're times. They don't print out anything like that you would expect. And times are probably one of the bigger changes. There was no time object before. You'd have to use the date time and pretend that the date wasn't there. And so for Cake5, if you use time columns in MySQL, or if you want to just represent a clock that doesn't have a date attached to it or a time zone, you can do that with a time object. And so they have, we can just look at what kind of properties they have. Okay, don't do that then. It's always fun doing demos. Okay, so we can try and modify them, right? I think we can do this. Let's find out. Or not. We can add seconds, though. I hope we can add seconds. If not, this is going to be a very fun demo, because I don't know what I'm doing. No. All right, let's just look at what the time has. So I'll share one of my debugging tips. Is that I don't read the documentation for most things. PHP is really wonderful in that you have all of the source code. So what I usually do is I just read the source code for everything. If I want to know how a library works, I just open the files and read them, and I modify them too. I got a kind of a chaotic evil thing that I like to do. So we're just going to go into vendor and see what's going on with this time object, or not. Oh, what did I make it so? I fixed my thing. Okay, so we're just going to go into here and go to Chronos and just look at like what is in Chronos time. And we're just going to scan through it really quick. It's parse string, midnight now, get seconds, microseconds. Okay, so it's all like, okay. So we can do set seconds. That works. And we'll get a new datetime object back, right? So if we look back at the previous reference, the two IDs that we're seeing right here are like object identifiers. So every time you modify a time object, you get a new time object. It's kind of maintaining that immutability that we have for the frozen date and frozen time. Unfortunately, the class names for Chronos 3 are a bit of a mess. The reason for that is when we first built Chronos, there was datetime. Like Chronos datetime, and it was a mutable class. So then we needed to have an immutable one, so we introduced frozen time. And then we wanted to break compatibility and remove all the mutable classes. So then we have the only class is called frozen date, so that was silly. So then we aliased frozen date back to date. And yeah, so there's a bit of like shenanigans with the class names. The frozen dates, Chronos only includes immutable objects now. It doesn't have any mutable objects. There's no way to make mutable objects. So if you get a time object or a date from Chronos or from Cake, they're all immutable objects in Cake5 and in Chronos 3. My notes keep turning off. This is the worst. Okay. So dates, I mentioned that dates are dates, times are times. They have no date times. They do have format, so you can take a start time and you can format it. So it kind of quacks a little bit like the date time objects that you've used in the past, but without all of the formats. You could do like year, month, and date, and it'll just give you letters back, or it'll just give you now. So you can get, there is some like interface compatibility there. The time objects don't implement datetime immutable or the datetime interface. So if we were to do like start time instance of datetime immutable, this should say false. Is it a datetime interface? Also false. If we were to do day start date, that's also false. I think this should be true, unless I have not updated. I've not updated my code. All right, so that's kind of daytimes. Daytime properties, if you are using daytimes, so we have a day created. It's a datetime object. It's an immutable datetime object, and it does have the exact same kind of interface contract as you would have been dealing with in the past. So all the add and modify methods, all the formatting methods, all the formatting helpers to get the various string formats, all of those still work. Like you can still do to cookie. I can never remember what that method is called. To ISO datetime string. Yeah, I did it. Okay, so all of those formatting methods are still available. Yes, and currently in 5.0, the datetime objects don't extend datetime immutable, but we're fixing that. So like in the next couple days or a week, there'll be another release that fixes that. So they'll continue to work as datetime immutable, so you don't have to go and rejig all of your code. So if you've started that process, you can stop and just wait for the upgrade to come out. Because we heard your feedback that it was not a great upgrade flow, and we're trying to make things better. Okay. So that's kind of the changes for datetimes. One of the really cool features that came in PHP 8 is enums. And I think, Kevin, you did a lot of the work on this to connect enums to the ORM. So I'm sure some of you in the past have worked with, an article has visibility statuses, or a user has, different modes that they're in. And you'd model this as a set of strings in the database, and then you'd model it as a bunch of constants, and you have to write a whole bunch of code to validate all the constants are the right values, and manually build all validation rules to make sure all the data works together. Wouldn't it be nice if the framework and the language could do all of that work for you? Well, it can. So let's take a quick look at some of the code we've got in this little sample app. Okay, so we'll start off by looking at the table class. So inside our table class, we have an enum type. So the first thing you have to do if you want to use enums, the backing column in the schema can either be an integer or a string. Pick one. I would pick string if it was me. The reason I like using strings is that when you are in a SQL environment, if you're in a SQL terminal or if you're in a command line prompt for the database, you can actually read what the heck the application is doing versus 1, 2, 3, and then remembering which column a one, what one means in that specific column. For me, I find just using strings is a lower overhead. It does take up more bytes. If that matters to you, I don't know. Then use the integers and make your life hard. So the ORM will never natively map a string column to an enum. It just doesn't know how. We also don't map MySQL enums to database enums because MySQL enums are annoying. I would recommend not using MySQL enums because changing the values in the enum set is a table locking operation. And if you're in a high throughput scenario, your app will just go down for the duration of the database operation. So I don't use enum columns because they're really tedious to work with. Instead, just do it all in application land. Okay, so we want to map a string column to an enum. We use the enum type from Cake, so it's in Cake database type enum, and then you can tell Cake to generate an enum type for you. So you can give it an enum, which we'll look at in a second, and tell it make me an enum column that takes these values, right? And so if we go and look at the enum, it looks like this. This is a PHP enum. They're very simple. They can have methods and functions. I have not used that. All right, so that's how we map it to the column. Let's look at our entity. The only change is nothing. Nothing has changed. So the, the entity has nothing to change. Yeah, so that's the enum types. And let's look at the kind of REPL environment of that. So go back here, we turn the enum types on. If we go to this method, we're just going to fetch a record out of the table. We're just going to look at the table, and then we're going to play around with it. OK, so now we're back here in our kind of REPL environment. We have an article, and we can see that the ORM has mapped the column to an article status, which is kind of nice. So if we are looking at article and we look at status, we'll get an enum, which is quite nice. If we want to get the value, you can do that. So you can find out what the string value is underneath. You can compare these to the actual enum. I think I have the article. Let's see if we have this imported. So you can do that. You can see that it's not the same as, in review. So you can do those kinds of operations with enum values as well. You can compare them to each other. You can read them out of the database. You can change them. You can do stuff like, what if we wanted to update the status? What if we just set it to like the Word draft? Like, what will Cake do if we do that? Any guesses? Typo. The entity's fine, but now if we try and save that, hopefully it fails. So it says I can't convert string to a string, which is kind of a bizarre error. Unfortunately, this bizarre error is coming from PHP, and so maybe we can figure out a better user experience for this. If you have thoughts or if you're interested in fixing this kind of error, you could do that. But if we wanted to kind of go back and we changed it back to like article status, in review, we could do that, and then we could save it, and it would save, and it would update the enum type. So that's kind of nice. And then what if we were going to like parse request data, right? That's something we do quite a bit in applications. So let's say we're going to take an article, and we're going to go to articles, and we're going to do patch entity. I'm going to pass in the article, and we want to change the status, right? We've got a value that came off the network. Someone sent us a request trying to publish an article. And then we're just going to set it to the word draft, right? Because that's something that a normal human would do. And it will say, I can't do that. Interesting. So it really wants, I thought this worked. All right. I was pretty sure that setting it to the string would work. Let's try something else. See if this fails in a different way. All right. Oh, I know why. I'm a genius. You have to use the right casing. So the casing matters on your enums. So if you have lowercase enums, you have to have lowercase request values. So now that we've seen, what if we just put like daft instead of draft? You get an exception. So now you don't even have to write validation rules for your enum values. So someone sends you a request, they typoed draft and put daft, or they typed draft in lowercase. The ORM and PHP itself will just helpfully be like, nah, this is garbage. I don't want to touch this stuff. So that's kind of another little benefit you get from adapting enum types. One of the nice things about enum types is it's a completely opt-in, so you could upgrade to Cake 5 and then incrementally replace your enums as you go. Do them one at a time, do them piecemeal, do it slow, take it easy. All right. Yeah, we went over patch entity, we went over invalid values. Okay, so that's kind of the gist of enums. You can compare them, you can marshal them, you can modify entities with them. If you put garbage in, they will not save. So you get a little bit of runtime type check safety from a very low cost feature. And I think adopting enums helps improve kind of application modeling. Gives you a lot of functionality. And also you can put methods on those enum classes if you so want. So it gives you a ton of ways to kind of express the domain of your application and kind of enforce constraints and make sure your application is correct without having to write a lot of boilerplate code. So that's one of the benefits I see of enums. Okay. So next thing. Another cool feature is query types, query classes. This is kind of, there'll be deprecations. A lot of the things that are breaking changes in 4.4, 4.5 has not been released. What we've tried to do is make the upgrade more straightforward to do than we have in the past. And the way we've been doing that is we did a lot of the breaking changes in Cake 5 and then figured out ways to backport those changes to Cake 4 with runtime deprecations. The goal of that is, hopefully, if you can upgrade to 4.5 and solve all the deprecation errors, you'll have a very minimal amount of actual hard breaking changes that you'll have to adopt to upgrade to Cake 5. So if that is not the case, we'd really appreciate any GitHub issues or feedback in Slack or in Discourse around what was not covered by deprecation errors in 4.5 when it comes out. And what we'll try and do is just figure out ways if we can add deprecation warnings and try and smooth that kind of upgrade process for folks, because I don't want it to be another Cake 2 to Cake 3 upgrade. That was really, really hard. And I feel like that was a big mistake. In the project's history, that was a big mistake. We just didn't know how to do those upgrades. I feel like there was a lot of literature or examples on how to do gradual upgrades. And I feel like the web development community in general has gotten a lot better about that over the years. And so we're trying to do our best. We're not trying to break your application just for fun. We don't do it because we care about it. A lot of times it's this feature gives a lot of bugs, so that's why it's been removed. This feature's been replaced by another feature. That's why it's been removed. Or just stuff that just hasn't worked well. So this change that I'm going to show next could impact your application. But your application was wrong. Your application was not behaving correctly in the first place. So if you were using these features, your code was probably wrong. And so what we've done is just broken all the things that were wrong so that you can only write code that is mostly maybe correct. It is not statically verifiably wrong anymore. It might be wrong. It might do the wrong thing, but at least it's not completely wrong. It's kind of where we've been thinking about it. And so we'll look at this really quick. The change has been is that finders, there's different kinds of queries. There's there's the four main families of SQL. Four main gangs of SQL queries. There's select, update, insert, and delete. And some of the clauses that are valid on a select are not valid on a delete. You can't group by a delete. You can't use a group by condition or clause in a delete query. It just doesn't make sense. Why? Why are you aggregating when you're deleting? Just don't do that. Previously, the ORM would accept your input. It'd be like, you want to group by while you're deleting? Sure, why not? I'll let you do that, buddy. And then when I run your query, I'll just ignore you. You told me to group by. I'm just going to pretend that you didn't say that, and I'm just going to do what I was going to do the rest of the way. We also used to let you change the type of query you were running at runtime. So you could write most of an update query and then be like, nah, it's a delete query now. And the ORM would be like, okay, I'll do my best. Now we don't let you do that. There are different types of queries for different operations. And if you try and change a select query into a delete query, you can't. Don't do that. Don't use finders to make delete operations. It's weird. Okay, so let's see how that works in practice. So we have articles, and we're going to call find. And we're going to get a query like this. So now we have a select query. And select queries have some methods. Let's see if it's help. Is it help? I think it's help. Nope. ls, is it ls and then the variable? I always forget. There we go. Okay, so we have methods on our query class. We have all of the stuff you'd want, like union, union all, where in list, all of those kinds of things. But if we were going to go and get a delete query, so we'll go articles, and we'll just write delete query. I think it's delete query. Okay, so now we've got a delete query, right? So what do delete queries have? Go away. ls, it's like D, right? So delete queries don't have group. Delete queries don't have, I'm trying to think of things they don't have. They don't have window functions, or do they? No, they don't have window functions. They don't have select. You can't select when you're doing a delete because you're just going to delete the records. So you can't, take a delete query and type select. I'd like to select some columns while I'm deleting. Why? Because I want to. So these types of operations that didn't really make sense before, they're statically. You can use a static analysis tool, and the static analysis tool like PHP Stan or Solm will be like, you've written code that is great, doesn't make sense. It's not going to run. So stop that. So what we've done is taken a silent runtime error, and just promoted it into a statically verifiable problem. So the breaking change, it's a breaking change in that code could be broken, but the code was wrong, or it didn't work in the first place. So as long as you're not doing things that were completely off the rails, your code should just run. The one big change that you'll have to do for these finder types is you'll have to update some type hints. And unfortunately, these are really hard for the ORM for tooling to be able to identify and change because the type hint is query. But the library we use to build upgrade kind of code mods only knows about types. It doesn't know about what's inside the methods. And it does, but it doesn't at the same time. It's really hard to trace inside a static analysis tool to trace a method, a method way down in a tree of chain of calls, and then bubble it all the way back, and this type is wrong. It's really hard to do that, so we can't. So we can't automatically fix all the query types. What you will have to do at some point in time, you can do this when you do your upgrade to Cake 4, or Cake 4.5, is go and just change all of the types from query to select query, or from query to delete query. And these are kind of gradual changes you can do while you're doing an upgrade to Cake 4.5. And because in Cake 4.5, the query object kind of has runtime errors for, you've got a select query, but you're running delete methods on it, so stop that. So they're all kind of those all have deprecations that make it a little bit more straightforward to opt into. Let's see if there was anything else I wanted to say about queries. Yeah. So yeah, other things you can't do, you can't call set on a delete query, right? People would do these types of things and then open bugs and be like, this doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. Why are you asking the ORM to do an an impossible thing, and then complaining that it doesn't work? I don't understand why people do these things. So yeah, don't do that. Group by, yeah. Let's group by this. Let's group by on this. See what the ORM says now. I'm assuming you've done this in the past and been disappointed with the results. Well, why did my group by apply to my delete query? So now the ORM can just tell you no. All right, that's enough jabbering on about that. Okay, so this is something that Jorge talked about a little bit in his workshop. So now we're back to having articles. And we're going to find, let's go look at the table class before we go too far. So Jorge mentioned that we've switched some of the options keys into named parameters. So named parameters have folks experienced these before? All right, just Kevin. Okay, no, that's fine. They're fairly new. I think they got introduced in PHP in PHP 8 or PHP 8.1.
I think 8.0, yeah.
Yeah, 8.0 something. So previously, finders would have to have options like this, and you'd have to have an array. You'd have to do this, right? And then inside your method, you'd have to do if is set options status. Yeah, you'd have to do all of this, right? Or you'd have to be one I often write is I'd like to scope a query by a user, right? So then you'd have to have an option for a user ID. And then you'd have to be is the user ID set? Is it an integer? Okay, now we can put it on our query, right? That's really, 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 really tedious. I hated writing code like that. I just straight up hate it. So now you don't do that. What you do instead, or what you can do, again, this is an opt-in thing. You can continue using options if that's your thing. In Cake 5, there will be deprecations. what I recommend you do when you upgrade to Cake 5, turn off deprecations. Yeah, just turn them off. You just finished a big upgrade, you got through all the breaking changes, turn the deprecation errors off. Who cares? We got like forever to figure that stuff out. So you get to Cake 5, you go through Cake 4, you solve all your deprecation errors, nothing's broken. That's good. Leave them on while you're doing your upgrade to Cake 4.5. You're finished, you upgrade to Cake 5, turn the deprecation errors off. Who cares? Like, we're done upgrading. Upgrade to Cake 5. Leave the deprecation errors off. Then later, a couple months, when you've had some time to recharge, done dealing with like deprecation errors, turn them back on and look at them and be like, okay, now I have a little bit more energy, I can spend some time on this. This is one of the reasons we use deprecation errors, is that so you can turn them off. If deprecation errors are in your way and causing you grief, turn them off. If you don't like how noisy they are, turn them off. That's not going to break. But we try really hard not to tie deprecation errors with breaking changes. So you get a deprecation error, you can solve it when you have time. So I know each time we do a release, people are like, oh, all these deprecation errors, there's so many. Who cares? Turn them off. Turn them off until you have time to deal with them. And what you can also do is, turn them on for some files. There's a config option that lets you turn them off for specific subpaths. Let's say you have a plugin that just hasn't upgraded and is emitting a lot of deprecation errors. Turn them off. So we can look at how that works too. We can look at that later. But anyways, turn deprecation errors off if they're in your way. They're meant to be helpful. If you're finding them obnoxious, turn them off. I'm just going to keep saying that. Turn them off. Until people figure it out. Okay, so finders. So named parameters, you just kind of give a bare identifier and a colon, and then we can just type the word daft again, right? Because we got some input from a user, we're going to use it without really looking at it because we made a mistake. That's okay, Cake's got your back. It'll say, like, this is not an article status, I do not like this tastes like garbage. Please go away. And you're like, fine, I'll type the word draft. And the ORM will be like, no, it's still wrong. And so what you can do then is you can do article status draft, right? And then you'll get a query with the conditions applied. So this lets you kind of, one, you don't have to type options, you don't have to put the wrapping array, you don't have to type the string. And then on the receiving inside your finder, you don't have to validate the value, you don't have to validate the type. You can just write the code you want and have the framework and the ORM kind of help you along. So let's say you have that user int, that user ID scenario, right? So we could not type it, but I would recommend you type it, right? So if we just kill this, bring it back up, we can do articles, find, published. We can do user ID, and we can do 1 like this. And it'll say no. Mark, you don't know how to use PHP. I'll be like, yeah. So there we go. Now we've written a really straightforward way. We have a really straightforward way to write finders that are really expressive, let us be very succinct in what the code we're writing, and have the ORM and the library kind of figure that all out for you. Take care of you. One of the downsides of this is because find is like a magic genie box, the types don't bubble up to the find call. So you won't be able to get autocomplete in your application code for finder expressions or for finder options, but you couldn't get that with the array options either. So I don't see that as a bad thing. It's just a feature that never existed because there's not a good way for us to tell static analysis tools, like the method's over here, here's its name, and here are its parameters. It just doesn't work. And that's kind of one of the things that you lose in the very ergonomic find APIs. You just don't get that type hinting. But you will get runtime errors. So at least if you do make a mistake and you wrote a test, you'll at least get a runtime error, which will help. So that's kind of all there is for named parameters. One of the nice things with named parameters is you can use them in native PHP. You can use them anywhere in the framework. And we're going to do our best to not break compatibility on named parameters. So if a function has like 20 or 30 parameters, you can just use the names and just define the ones you want. So I see that as a nice benefit. There are people who think named parameters are the worst and should never be used. And my counterpoint to that is look at Python. My day-to-day job is working with Python, and Python has gone deep on named parameters, and they work really, really, really well in Python. You can reorder the arguments, you can just alphabetize them if you feel like it, if that's part of your thing, and they work really, really well. So if named parameters are wrong, how is Python doing that so well? That's my counterpoint to like named parameters are bad. Be like, what about Python? What about Ruby? Like both of these languages are very similar to PHP. They're both dynamic scripting languages. They both have named parameter support, and those communities use them a ton. And they work really, really well. So maybe, maybe the PHP implementation is you just got to get used to it. I think that's what it is. At least that's what I hope it is. Okay, so we did enums. We did name parameters. We did all of that. Okay. Request data. So we've got request parameters. We're taking a get parameter, right? Someone sent us a get parameter. We want to just filter by draft articles. So let's write that out. Right. So we go back to writing published, because we just saw earlier that you can't do status draft. You can't do this. This doesn't work. We saw that earlier. So how do I do this? I want to just get out of my way. Thankfully, PHP thought of this ahead of time, and we can just use the features in the language. I think it's like from string. No, it's not from string. It's from, just from. Oh yeah. My demos are stacking up poorly. So you can just do that. So you have a request parameter come in. You can just use the enum, the static methods on the enum to parse the request data that came in and validate it. So if you got back to taking a query parameter before, you'd have to read the query parameter, validate it that it's okay to put into your query, push it into your query, do all of that. Now if someone sends you daft, PHP is gonna be like, nah, garbage, 400 error for you. So yeah, that's kind of a nice improvement. All right. Console args, what's this? I don't know what that's. Oh, right. Okay, so console args. So we've long had, options and parameters, but what if you wanted to have parameters with values that came afterwards, right? Like you could do A, B, C, D. Okay. So now we can look at args. I always forget what the methods are. It's like get arguments. Args, get arguments. Oh no, this is going to be bad. Unable to inspect non-object. Oh, dir. Okay. Okay, so what we were able to do is just give a whole bunch of random parameters and then get them as a trailing set of args. So yeah, you can use the dash dash to get trailing args now, which is kind of nice. Okay. And then I mentioned upgrades. So I don't have much to demo on this, but the process that I've kind of envisioned and hope that will work is you take the app that you have, get it to 4.5 when that release comes out, solve all the deprecation warnings, as many as you can. Do them slow. You don't have to do them fast. Cake 5 is already out. Cake 4 is not going anywhere. We're going to support it for at least 2 or 3 years. So you got a long time to do your upgrade, or not at all. If it's an application that you're not going to maintain for a long period of time, don't upgrade it. I don't care. It's really up to you. Like, if you do want to upgrade it, though, go the path of going to 4.5 and do the deprecation cleanup. Do them incrementally. Turn them on, fix a couple problems, turn them off. And I said I would show the config thing. It's like deprecation. Ignore deprecation paths. So ignore deprecation paths will let you give wildcards. So you can kind of go like, I don't know, star, you can just do vendor. Shut all that garbage off. So you can do that kind of stuff. And just shut the deprecations off for the entire app. Shut them all off for all of source. Go into one, turn them on for one directory at a time. Go and turn them on for like one of your plugins that's in your application, or you just want to do just your models, right? Turn the deprecations off for every path that isn't your models. Leave them on for models. Fix those. Leave that enabled. Now you have one directory clean, right? Just do your entities. Maybe there's none in your entity directory. Get that fixed. All right? And then you do another directory. Do your controllers, do your components, do behaviors, do something. Leave it on. And then your tests, your CI, your runtime will give you confidence that all the deprecations are solved in that part of your application. And then just go one path at a time. Go slow, go easy. You don't have to do a big upgrade. It doesn't have to be a big disruptive process that stops any other feature work or any other product work. Okay, so then you get down to no more deprecations are ignored, deprecations are turned on. We have another tool that we built. You may have used it in the past. It's the upgrade shell. Built on top of Rector. I both love and hate Rector. Is a wonderful tool. Their approach to backwards compatibility is interesting. Yeah, they've taken some creative license with when breaking changes can be introduced. Kevin's laughing because he's helped me work on Rector. So use this tool. Install it beside your application, and then run the tool on your application in 4.5. Also, as part of solving your deprecations for 4.5 is use the tool. It'll help you solve a lot of the tedious kind of renames and method renames and type fixes. Use the tool. And then when you get to the Cake 5 upgrade, switch your composer recs. Do the best you can. Use Rector again, like upgrade Rector, upgrade the upgrade tool to the 5.x branch, run it again. It'll help solve a bunch of the problems. We can look at like what kind of problems it'll help with. I'd also half recommend using Rector for upgrading your own application. Say you have a change you'd like to make, but it's going to be a lot of tedious changes because you don't know where it's all going to go. You don't know what all it's going to be. You don't want to have to chase it all down manually and do all the work manually, right? So you can write code mods, which is code that can read your code and then modify your code and do things to it. And so this is how, what we're doing here is just kind of configuring Rector. And this is like teeny tiny size, I just realized. Go away. Go away. Okay. So one of the things we've done is you can convert all of your Finder options into named parameters. So that when you're ready for that, you can run this code mod, and it'll do that for you. We can add types. So one of the big breaking changes in Cake 5 is we added typed property annotations to a whole bunch of things like entities. And that's a really tedious change to do by hand. It sucks. You have to just go around and put array on like a dozen properties all across your model. If you have like 100 or 200 models, like, no, I just need a heavy drink to get through that. Like, fix a file, take a drink. Or you could just run Rector and do that for you. And this is a really good process to have if you want to add more typing to your application, as well as you can go through, use Rector. The docs are a little bit iffy and take some work to get through. But you can use the examples that we have in the upgrade tool as a way to find out, like, how can I use Rector to do things? And so, yeah, you can use Rector to add types. You can use Rector to redo renames. If you have a big class rename that you want to do across multiple plugins, you can use Rector to do that. It's great for that. We decided to rename order and order by to match the SQL names because we couldn't use it order by before because it's a collection method, but now queries don't implement collection trait because that was confusing. People would call, why do you have order and order by on the ORM class? One of them barfs out a result set, one of them modifies the query. This is, why did you do this? It was a mistake. We thought it would be cool. It was not. You have to remember that even as open source maintainers, we make mistakes too. Sometimes we think things will work out a lot better than they do, and we just get stuck with the problems for a really long time. So the order and order by thing was something that we introduced in Cake 3, and it took us, I don't know, was it 6 years. 6 years to fix because breaking changes are hard and slow and people hate them. But they also don't like that this API is confusing. And so they both want you to fix it, but don't break my code. And you just, as a maintainer, you're stuck with this impossible thing, like, I can't fix it because if I fix it, I'll break it. And if I break it, people will be mad. So I can't fix anything because I'll break someone's weird use case. So not even a weird use case, just like a use case we told people could work. Yeah, and it's just like you get stuck in these problems. So one of the reasons our releases are a lot slower is we heard people don't like breaking changes. They don't like major releases. So we do them less frequently. And that means they're a little bit bigger than some frameworks or some libraries. But I think we're trying to figure out what the balance is on like how often majors should come out and how impactful they are. And also we're trying to explore like tooling like Rector and tooling like upgrade tools. How do we make those easier to work with so that when we do make mistakes, we can at least recover from those mistakes? Yeah, we're all learning at the same time. Like, I don't have all the answers. There's no book you'd be like, oh, here's how I run an open source project for 15 years. It's right here on page 10. Don't make mistakes. That's it right there. Yeah. So we've tried a couple other things. We've tried marking APIs as experimental. We tried that with the DI container for a long time. People were like, you need a DI container. So we finally, yeah, we'll give it a shot. So we are trying to introduce new features as experimental things, which is we want feedback from the community about how something should work. So if you see a feature that's experimental, it may become stable, it might not. But without anyone's feedback, we're just going to make it stable because no feedback means it's okay. So like as a maintainer, you're like, no one said anything about this in 6 months. I guess I'll just mark it as stable. And then people are like, it's broken. I'm like, why didn't you tell us this 6 months before? Like, why don't you try it and tell us? Like, wants it to work perfectly. Doesn't want me to tell me that it doesn't work. So yeah, now I'm just moaning about being a maintainer. All right, but if we work together, I feel like we can make the 4 to 5 upgrade a lot easier than they have been in the past. But it's not going to be an overnight success. It's not going to be, works. We're not going to stick the landing the first time. It's going to take a couple of releases for us to get there. And if you're running into a situation where the upgrade is really hard, let us know. We'll see if we can figure out a way to make it easier. If we can't, we can't. And we'll try and be as transparent as we can. Like, sorry, order by is gone. The old one was silly. Yeah, that's all I can say about that. Okay, so that's kind of the demo for kind of new features in Cake 5. You may have noticed there's not very many new features in Cake 5. That's because a lot of them are in 4. Will come out in 4.5, and so they'll be advertised as part of 4.5. We've tried really hard to like backport a lot of the new shiny stuff into the various 4-point releases. Cake 5 has been under development for 2.5, 3 years. So all of the 4.x releases, all the new features that came out in all there, those are all in Cake 5 as well. And so we kind of like wrote the features for Cake 5 and then figured out ways to backport them into Cake 4. So yeah, there's not a lot of new stuff in Cake 5 because Christmas already came. Like there was like 3 Christmases in the middle. So like the big Christmas it's just a little Christmas, right? Because we've had lots of little Christmases. So yeah, we're trying to spread out the gift giving into all the minor releases. So where we can add new features, we do that. And we try and save major releases for just like cleanup and breaking changes. So that's one of the reasons why Cake 5 looks like a much smaller and much less exciting release than it maybe could be, is because all of the minor releases had all the good stuff. We already spent all of our marketing budget on, our new feature budget was already spent on all those minor releases. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna talk about sudo mode. We'll go through like a web demo of what it would look like in the browser, and then from there, we'll look at how to build this. Hopefully this all works.
Sir, before you go to
Yeah.
I want to know what. I do a lot of testing of my SQL as well as all of my cake, and I'm always, I need that console, that playground that you were using.
Yeah.
Is that built into Cake for me to use, or is that something that you've kind of tinkered around with yourself?
I will say yes.
Two.
What if I said it was both? It's both. So I haven't, I can show you that playground command I was just working with. It's just a shell command. It's just like a Cake command tool. And it doesn't really have that much exciting stuff in it. The magic all comes from this eval breakpoint. And let's look at what breakpoint does, because it's just code as well. So breakpoint comes from 2 places. It can come from either the global functions in Cake, or it can come from REPL. And inside of REPL, what it is just a string, because we're evaling the code. And so it evals code from a library. And so the REPL, the REPL environment I showed you is a plugin. So you can access it, you can get to it through, if you do bin console. Yeah, so it's a plugin called the REPL plugin, and all it does is provide one shell command, or one command line tool, which is this REPL. Yeah, and as for the actual like REPL environment, we're just wrapping around a library called Sysh, or Psysh. I don't know how you say that. I'm going to call it Sysh. So we're just wrapping Sysh, and that does all of the heavy lifting. So that gives you, it has a whole bunch of commands it has inside of it. So you can like list variables, you can dump variables, you can look up documentation, so you can do neat stuff like stir contains, and you can get, I have to download the PHP docs apparently. But you can have all of that locally. It gives you kind of an environment that's similar to if you've worked in Python or in Ruby or in like Jupyter notebooks. You have kind of more of like an interactive environment. I really like REPL environments. I use them a lot. The other thing that's really cool is you can use breakpoint inside of tests. So if you ever have been writing tests for your application, you're like, I really need to see what the variable is inside of this part, write a test and use breakpoint. If you do eval breakpoint inside of a test case, the code will just stop where you left the breakpoint, and you can look at the code, the live state of that function, where the breakpoint is. So I use that a lot when I write tests because, yeah, I don't have like an interactive debugger hooked up in my IDE anymore, inside of Vim anymore, my IDE, inside my editor. So I've never been able to figure out how to get that working, so I just use this breakpoint thing and drop breakpoints everywhere, and then I just eval code as I go. Yeah, so it's a plugin and a little tiny bit of code you have to write. It's just eval breakpoint.
Yeah, it'll make my time a lot faster, because what I've been doing is I've been calling my tables or models.
Yep.
And with print R before I do any kind of disable hydrations, and it gives me what my query was or everything like that.
Yeah, yeah. So like if we go back into that that console, we can just let's see if I can figure this out. T is equal to. I think this works still. Cannot type on this keyboard. No. It's like get locator. So yeah, if you're building queries interactively, you can do another good thing that might help you if you're kind of figuring out what your queries are doing or how your where clauses are stacking up. You can dump the SQL of a query at any point, and you can kind of interactively add up your conditions, and then also kind of keep going, kind of dump out the SQL, see what the SQL is going to be, add some more conditions, dump out some more SQL, and kind of go from there. One other thing that's really neat is there's a continue, or you just push C and push enter, and if the code that is going to run has multiple breakpoints, it'll stop at the first breakpoint. You can push C, it'll leave that interactive REPL and run to the next breakpoint. So you can put one at the beginning of your method after you've set up a bunch of conditions, push continue, see what happens at the next block of code, and just kind of sprinkle breakpoints throughout it. So I use it a lot when I'm writing tests for an application, so it gives me a really quick way to like see what's going on, dump it out, figure out why the test is failing, figure out why the test isn't doing what I want it to do, and then get back to writing tests. Versus like the debug die workflow, which a lot of people, it's very common in PHP. People use debug die a lot. I've found that like using eval breakpoint gives me a much faster workflow for me. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Okay. So in this, well, this is not running. Almost got myself. Okay, so I wrote the simple application. It's just a bunch of user profiles. It's a toy application. It's not meant to be anything substantial. But if we want to go and edit a user, we want to change the name. What's going to happen is it's going to say, oh, you're doing an important operation that requires more stuff. You should type your password again, just to make sure you're who you are, because maybe the application has long-running sessions. You want to support long-running sessions, but you want to also make sure that people are who they are when they do sensitive operations like provision API keys or destroy some important configuration in the application or remove important records. And so in a lot of kind of SaaS products, they call this like a sudo mode. It's kind of like if you're working in a Linux or a Mac environment and you try and rm-rf and it's like, you can't change those files. And you're like, yes, I can, sudo, sudo exclamation mark, or sudo bang bang. That's what I do. And then the computer's like, okay, you typed in your password. You must know what you're doing. So yeah, we can type in a garbage password and it'll say like, nah, that's wrong. And then I'll type in the proper password and it'll say, yeah, you can do that. And so now if we go back and we want to change that, we've just entered our password. We don't want to enter our password every single time we make a change. We just want to do it every once in a while, like maybe every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes, right? So we're going to change it back. And we didn't get prompted for our password this time because we just entered our password a couple minutes ago. Is that all making sense? This all sounds like something someone might need. Cool. So how do we do that? Let's talk about that. That's what the workshop's about. How you do this. It's magic. It's not magic. It's just programming. It's just computers. And always remember that computers are dumb. Computers only do exactly what we told them, or other people told them, and sometimes we make mistakes. And don't argue with computers because they don't listen very well. That's what I've learned. If I have any sagacious advice, it's don't argue with computers. They're not going to listen. Okay. So let's look at users. And so I'm working on top of, as I mentioned earlier, working on top of an authentication and authorization plugin. So kind of like where Jorge's workshop ended, where we got authentication and authorization working. This kind of builds on top of that. For this demo application, I just followed the tutorials. I did that for 2 reasons. 1, to make sure they still work, which they do. And 2, to just have something more basic to start off with. All right. So there's not much in here. Actually, there's nothing in here. There's one thing here, which we'll look at later. But we're going to use that later. As for what there is there is a couple methods on the user model. So one of the things that's important is the sudo until field cannot be modified through a post request. You don't want people just willy-nilly tacking in sudo until on their update request. So we don't allow that to be an accessible field. We have to directly set it on the records themselves so that it can't be mass assigned with other properties when we're handling user requests. That's a really good thing to keep in mind whenever you're building these kinds of authorization related features, is make sure the fields that power those operations aren't in your allow lists for fields. Okay. And then when we want to turn sudo mode on, what we're doing is getting the password hasher and making sure that the password we were given is the same as the password that we got before. And then I've chosen arbitrarily 15 minutes. You could pick whatever time you want. You could have it change based on whatever your constraints are. You could have different settings. There's a variety of ways you could decide what your duration is going to be. I picked 15. That's it. Okay, so that's that. So how do we tie this into a controller? Right, because some actions are important, other actions are less important. Yeah, we need line numbers, geez. Okay, so that's login, that's not very interesting. We were editing a user. Let's look at edit. So edit here, we have 2 kind of actions that we're going to perform on users. The first is edit, which is just like a read operation. And the other one is a write operation, or I called it edit write. You can call it whatever you want. The point is that they're different operations. Like one is like, I want to look at the form, and the other one's like, I want to submit the form. because I want to do a write. And then we're delegating to the authorization plugin and saying, is this person allowed to do this operation? Okay? And that's it. That's all there is, as far as the controller integration. So then, how does that work? So then we've got these two policy methods. So let's look at the policy for the user. So there's a can add, there's can edit. You can only edit yourself. One of the things I really like about the policy framework, I'm very biased because I wrote the authorization plugin, so I'm very, very biased. I'm going to sell you on it. Is that it's based on record level operations. So when we had the ACL plugin, people were like, oh, I want to do record level permissions. How do I do all of that? And it was like, put all that crap in the database, make it really hard. And then how do you inspect all of that? Oh, you got to use the SQL thing. And then big trees of data that keep being hard to manage. It was really tedious to look at. Like you couldn't just read the code and know what it was going to do. You had to look at the database. And then you have to look at migrations and how do I move my permissions from one environment to another. It's like, ugh, very annoying. So the authorization plugin approaches it from like you write code. You express the constraints of your application as code. And then when you run the code, you can just read the code. And if you can read the code, you know what the application does. Makes it really straightforward. So for us, a user can edit a user if they're the same person. And if you want to write a user, you have to have sudo. So we have some methods that I added to the policy classes. And I highly recommend if you have an application that has, domain-specific language or like application-specific language, the way you talk about your application, the way you talk about, people need specific scopes or people need specific permissions to do these operations, write those as methods. Make it so that your policies look like a little DSL, like a little, you can read them, you could give them to someone who isn't maybe an engineer directly, and they can read it at a high level and kind of understand that it makes sense. Or you can have a security team look at it and kind of understand how it works. So in order to edit right, you have to be able to require sudo, and then you have to be you. So, okay, so what does require sudo do? Let's go look at that. So require sudo is if you don't have sudo, or your sudo is not right now, like if the timeout is not right now. Remember when we activate sudo, it's on for 15 minutes. So if the sudo timeout is in the past, then you don't have sudo. So then we raise an exception and be like, nah, go away. So where does this exception, what does this exception do? It does nothing. It's just an exception. Okay, so where does it go? It just goes into Narnia, and then it doesn't go into Narnia. The answer is middleware. Much like Jorge, I really like middleware. So I've modeled sudo mode as middleware. And middleware can do all kinds of things. So Jorge mentioned you get a request comes into a piece of middleware, and then you can do something with the request. Or you can give it to someone else and be like, I don't know what to do with this. You have fun. It's just like tag, right? Like you tag someone, you tag the next person in the chain. An important thing to remember about middleware is it goes into a stack and it builds like an onion. So in the center of the onion is your controller. And then each layer of the onion, as it goes out, is middleware. And so you just kind of wrap your application in layers like blankets. It's just like wrapping it in blankets or tape. It's like a big duct tape ball. So you just keep wrapping it in layers and layers and layers. And so all the layers do things. So we have a request come in. Is it a static asset from a plugin? No. Then the asset middleware says pass. We have a request. We don't have any routes. We just have a URL path because that's all the web server interface gives us is a URL. And then we have to do routing. So then we apply the application's routing. And then the routing's like, I solved some parameters. I don't know what else to do. Pass. And then it passes it to the body parser. And the body parser is like, is this a JSON request? Because I can only parse JSON today. And then if it isn't a JSON request, it says pass. If it is a JSON request, I will parse its body and update the request. Okay, that's all the JSON. That's all the body parser does. We can look at that later if you want. And then next is like, the error handler is just like, I don't do anything, pass. But I wrap my friends in a try catch. And if there's an error, I will catch it, I will eat it, and I will make a page that looks not terrible. So this is where all the development errors come from. This is where the error pages in Cake come from. They come from error handling middleware, where the error handler just passes to the next layer. It's like, I don't do any work. I just wrap a try catch. I'll catch anything that you fail with, and I'll make a nice page. and then CSRF, and then authentication, and then authorization, and then my thing, I just tacked onto the bottom, which is the sudo required. All right? Okay. So, another fun thing that we've started using in Cake, this is another feature of PHP, is assertions. I like assert. It does two really cool things. One is it has a runtime ability, and the second is it has a static typing ability, or static typing functionality. And so when we get a server, when we get a request, if we look at request here, we can see that it's a server request interface, right? And then we go down here, we do an assert, and then when we get down here, the typing system, or Psalm, or PHP Stan, or IntelliFence, whatever you're using, can read that you did an assertion, and that the type is now narrower. We can overwrite types, we can narrow types, and so this is one of the ways you can kind of work with a static analysis tool and have runtime protection as well. So you're not just like using comments to be like, no, trust me, it's really a server request, I promise. Like, it's okay, it's okay, Psalm, don't worry. You can actually have it be like actual code that runs, so that if it isn't a server request, the process will be like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do anything. I'm going to quit. If an assertion fails, it throws an exception. So this gives you a runtime protection on top of your static protection, right? So that's one of the things I really like about assert. And the other thing that's really nice about assert is you can turn it off. So say you've deployed to a pre-production environment, or you've written all your unit tests, and you leave assertions on in your test environments and your development environments. But in your production environment, you want to like hyper optimize. So you can configure PHP to not generate all of this code. So when PHP reads the source file, it reads the PHP source code, it generates something called opcode, which is what the PHP virtual machine actually runs through. And so with assert, you can tell PHP, the runtime, be like, all the code inside the brackets of an assert, just delete it. I don't even care what's there. And so PHP can just delete all this stuff, and then you don't have any runtime protection. The code will run a little bit faster, but no runtime protection. So I usually leave runtime protection on, because I want to know when I've violated runtime things. I'm sure you've all had a scenario in your life where you wrote some code and you're like, it will always be a server request. And then somehow, somewhere, through the magic portal of Narnia, a non-server request comes in, you're like, how did that even happen? And so now you get a runtime error with a stack trace, and you can send that to your error logs or to an error reporting system and capture that, right? So now you can like start nailing down your application to be more correct without having to switch to a language with static typing and really heavy systems. Okay, back to sudo mode. Okay, so inside our sudo mode, we're gonna check. This is not the part that we're supposed to be looking at. So we're gonna throw an exception, which is the sudo mode error, and we'll look at how that happens. This is on you filled out the sudo mode form, and you're submitting it again, all right? So if there's no identity in the request, or the request does not contain a special parameter that I decided to call op, you could call it whatever you wanted. If it doesn't contain any of those, can you see my line highlights? No, that sucks. So inside of here, we're just gonna pass to the next layer. We've decided it's not relevant to us, so we're gonna pass. But if it does have the special request parameter of op, and op is equal to activate sudo mode, then we turn sudo mode on, we fetch the user, we update it, and I built something into the sudo mode that I thought was really useful, is that I capture all. You notice that when we did fill out the sudo mode form, we didn't have to re-enter the edits we did. And the reason for that is I just kind of captured the whole request and froze it and stuck it back in the sudo mode form so that it would submit back to itself. And we can look at that. Let's look at that. Let's update user set. Let's queue. Okay, so now we're back here. Let's open up the network panel. And we'll do the same. Oh, I have to log out. Nope. It's like the tiniest type. Hopefully we'll get a sudo mode prompt. Okay, perfect. So we're still on users edit 1. I don't know if you can see that. So we haven't gone anywhere. We've just got this like interstitial page that tells us, no, you shall not pass. It's just Gandalf. So we've got a Gandalf form. And inside the Gandalf form, what I've done is I've just, there's that op of sudo mode activate. I can't make the console bigger, unfortunately. Can I? Oh, we can. All right, there's a CSRF token, and then we froze the form values into the new form that we're showing. And so when we enter our password, all of this data will also go with it, going back to our previous controller action, right? So then if we go back and look at the onion, what's going to happen with the onion, or the middleware, is we're not going to be in here, because our new form will have contained a sudo activate, right? So we're going to fall into this case. So then we're going to activate sudo, which is that method we looked at on the entity. It's going to update the timestamps, and then we're going to save that entity. And then we're going to get the request data, and then we're going to delete the stuff that's related for sudo mode, which is the operation and the password. And then we're going to update the request. We're just going to replace the whole request body, because we can do that, because it's just a request. So we're not working with PHP superglobals or anything like that. We just slap the request with new post data, and then we pass it on. This is another thing that middleware can do, is you can take a request that's coming off the server interface, do whatever you want to it, and then send it to the next person and be like, this is the request. This is the request we got. Promise. Right, so we can do that. And if sudo mode didn't work, so if the sudo mode failed, like if I type my password in wrong, what's going to happen is it's going to tell us like it's wrong, right? And we're going to get another exception, and it's going to have logged. So we can kind of build this whole workflow as a piece of middleware on top of any controller. So any controller anywhere can say, I require sudo mode for my operation. As for how sudo is implemented, it's implemented as a piece of middleware and an error page. And we'll look at the error page in a second. So if we look at that form, it's still got the original form values, right? And if we were using the form protection component that Jorge talked about, we'd get a form protection piece for that. So the whole thing, you couldn't muck around with the hidden fields on that form. Wonderful. All right. So where does this exception go? Where? It goes here. So inside your application, there's an error controller. You may have opened it once or twice or never. What the error controller does is it gives you a way to provide custom application error handling. And so before we render an error, we're going to call parent, and then we're going to look and be like, did we get an error that is a pseudo error? If it is, render this template instead. So you can kind of use your error controller to render specific error templates for specific errors. If your application has specific types of errors, like you haven't entered your MFA code, or you are not the right type of user to do this type of operation, and you want to show a specific error page, you can do that with custom error exception classes and error templates that you join together inside your error controller. As for what that template looks like, it's just a form. It's a form like any other form you may have built. We're just skipping over the operation and the password fields, because those are two fields we're going to add in ourselves. And then the rest of the fields, we're just going to splat out a whole bunch of hidden fields. If we had a nested data structure that we were receiving, we could use hash flatten to turn it into dotted keys. That would then be turned, you could unflatten in your own implementation of sudo. My scenario, I didn't have any of that because I'm just building a toy application. If you're building something more real world, more durable, you'd have to flatten keys and then unflatten keys to make it all work. All right, and that's it. That's kind of all there is to building a sudo mode. That's literally it. That's the end. Okay, do we want to take is there any questions? Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Do you want to keep going? Neither. All right. we'll keep going then. This goes until, Amanda, how much time is there?
You've still got an or an hour 30, hour 40.
An hour 30? Do we want to stop for 5 minutes and then?
Yeah, I think let's take
okay.
a 10, 15 minute break.
Okay. And then we'll pick up again.
hands that they can create their own service classes and something like that. And last year I did the authentication workshop.
Yeah, we need to because we use like all like with the Cake 2 ones, they have like ACL and all that. Then we have ones that have a lot of our use KPC users. We have quite a few with auth and then like all wrapper over auth.
Okay.
Then we have kind of
Okay,
so we actually do use all of them.
quite a variation of authentication variations.
Well, then I'm going to talk online about how we use both queues as well. CakepHP
And there are among you. Oh, okay.
we like things from every third, so.
Okay, whenever.
Well, I just prefer the automatic queue one because it came pre-configured with account where you can see all the jobs and all that.
Exactly. We use all the time. But we can't off-road.
Sure. If you have a massive queue, which you need to process multiple workers as well, then
That's what I want to get done soon is actually where like on our server it reads the rabbit queue and determines how many workers to run.
okay.
Well, it's actually each one's on the server. Can you spin up through Kubernetes like and many containers?
Okay.
Because they're all jobs that can be run.
It should be pretty straightforward. You just have some kind of curve.
Yeah.
Say, depending on if it's above this level, spin up this much, then you can just adjust the curve. And
And we only have the computer, so we're not even paying for it. So it's the computer being depreciating in value the less we use it.
yeah, yeah.
Steve, do you remember the last one? Jorge had like just like security to kind of up the stage like that you're using CakePHP. Default assets like that. Do you remember the last one? Custom as layout flash here. Default assets. Change session.
Yeah, the default PHP session is just a PHP session with an ID name. So you can adjust in your config.
Yeah, we have it. Because we run all of ours on the same test server. And so I have done the same.
Sure.
That's we never use the about breakpoint.
No, I've also never used the eval breakpoints, sideshow thing, but I also have to say I'm very used to Xdebug, so all my local environments just have Xdebug pre-installed and activated, so I just have to tap the red button in each restore next to the line number, and the next time it executes, it just breaks the
I know, I got it.
Sure.
We are going to give them away. We're going to do a drawing. So, well, if you're here, if you're going to be here tomorrow, and
Yeah.
okay, so you'll have two chances. I'm going to do like put it in like a random drawing because that is the only ones that I had in storage. We had 4.
Because
Looks like we're all back. Are we ready to keep going, Larry? All right. I realized that I had written tests and forgotten to show those. So we've talked, both Jorge and I have talked about middleware, but not really shown how to write tests for middleware. So I figured we should look at that quick before we jump into doing web authentication. So yeah, let's look at a middleware test. So we're going to use the integration test rate, which gives us the ability to interact with HTTP requests and HTTP responses, and kind of like send requests into our fake application and get responses back. And then I kind of load the fixtures for users, and then I didn't really feel like writing fixture factories or anything like that, so I just wrote a protected method to generate a user and kind of build an authorization service. And then lastly, wanted to build some tests. So we're using a test request, this test request handler. We go and look at that. It's a pretty small class that I wrote, and it simulates a request handler, which is part of the middleware stack, but it's kind of the end of the middleware stack. So it's kind of like if you had a controller, if you were going to let your middleware pass on to Cake's controllers, but you didn't want to have to actually write controllers to do that, you can write a small class like this or copy and paste. So I think I copy and pasted this out of the core into my application because the core doesn't really include all of its tests when you download it from Packagist. So I copy and pasted this code out, and all it does is take a callable and returns an empty response, and the handler is just calling the callable and passing in a request. So we have like the most minimal response generation system you can have. Yeah. So then we're going to prepare a request and send a request in. And our application is just this one little callback, and we're going to return the body of OK. Okay, so if there's no user and we do a GET request, it just says OK. If we're doing a process request, so we're doing a sudo mode request, and there's no user, it says OK. And then we can test all the scenarios. So middleware can be tested can have unit tests written for it just like any other class would. Because again, middleware are just something you pass a request into and get a response out of and at some point in time, you either pass the request on to the next layer, which is our little shim, or you don't. And so you can kind of test those scenarios and kind of work your way through how to do all the different modes. And then one of the nice benefits of this kind of approach is that you don't have to worry about like bootstrapping a whole application or interacting with a whole bunch of other application state or components. You can test the middleware kind of in isolation, making sure it just does its little piece of work. And you can do that through looking at the responses and looking at the kind of requests that get passed in. Because again, at some point, this handler is going to get a request. And so if your middleware modifies the request in various ways, you'll get that request passed into your test case, and then you can do assertions on it as well. So that gives you a really easy way to like test middleware that modifies the request, and then test middleware that modifies the response or replaces the response. So you could build a response in your stub or in your little stub that sets a header, and then if your middleware removes headers, you can check that those headers are no longer present, all those kinds of things. So you can get into all those test scenarios really, really straightforward. Yeah, maybe in the future, if folks find themselves doing this very often, we'll expose a better API for it in the core, but we don't have that right now. Yeah, open a GitHub issue if you think this should be something we should have, and maybe propose kind of a better interface for it. Okay. Let's talk about WebAuth. What's going on? Yes. Stop that. No. No. Okay. Okay. I have to run the server. Unclose what? I've done something wrong. did I do on line 9? How do you figure? Oh, no. Okay. Ah, yes. I just dealt with this. And these are abstract. All right. So the pseudo mode demo and this kind of demo both build off of the same kind of base point. And so for this demo, or this kind of example application, I want to talk through building, integrating web authentication into a CakepHP app using the authentication plugin and extending the authentication plugin so that it supports WebAuth. So WebAuth goes by two names in the common world. There's WebAuth or U2F or FIDO is the kind of the alliance behind the standards that turn into U2F, and U2F is an acronym for Universal Second Factor, which covers a variety of hardware and software-based multi-factor authentication tokens or devices. And on top of that is built WebAuth. So WebAuth is how U2F devices get connected to web browsers. And then on top of WebAuth is another productized version of that called passkeys. And so you may have heard about Google and Apple increasing their support for passkeys. And passkeys are just the marketing speak name of web authentication. So it's just marketing paint on top of WebAuth. And then it also relates to native applications as well. So native applications have ways to interact with U2F devices to do authentication for mobile applications. Anyways, all of that, the goal of WebAuth and the goal of U2F and the goal of all of these technologies, this family of technologies, is to replace passwords, right? Passwords are a crutch. They are frequently compromised. People get phished. People get text messages sent to them being like, you have been hacked. Fill out your login form to get access to a photo of your friend or your family. And then some hapless victim doesn't know how to verify the domain name that they're looking at and types their password in, and then they've been hacked, right? They didn't actually get hacked. They just got phished. And phishing continues to be one of the most commonly exploited ways to attack companies, to attack individuals, and to take over accounts, and causes massive amounts of data loss and financial and personal damage. And so the goal of passkeys is to remove passwords long term. But in order to do that, we need a whole bunch of people to adopt passkeys and for everyone to get access to passkeys. And so one of the challenges with web authentication with U2F devices historically has been each little hardware key, so this little hardware key, or a hardware key that's built into your laptop, or a hardware key that is built into your phone, is portability, right? Or if you lose them. And so far, they've seen pretty good adoption in corporate environments. I'm sure some of you probably have hardware keys that you use for work to be able to get access to workplace environments. And it sucks when you lose that key. And so the thing that passkeys, the like marketing speak thing, has improved upon is the ability to sync credentials and keys between devices. So if you do a WebAuth flow on your phone and you use your phone as the passkey, that phone can then put it into your cloud account and then be able to sync that key to another device. So if you lose your physical phone, if in the past, if you were using WebAuth or a U2F device and your phone got smashed, you're screwed. Because this phone, this piece of hardware, is the authentication device. And so the thing that passkeys have helped solve is making it so that the hardware keys on this device can be put onto another hardware device. So you can clone keys and move them around based on you trust both of these pieces of hardware and you're willing to let your keys be portable. And we've also seen password manager providers get on board with WebAuth and with passkeys. So 1Password and iCloud and Google's password manager have all gotten on board with, passkeys are the way to move forward, and so they're building in ways to sync and replicate your authentication keys between devices, so that all of the pieces of hardware or that you have access to all have the same credential set. And some of the benefits that you get out of using a passkey versus a password and a two-factor auth system is that the hardware device is the authentication method. You don't have to have a password, you have to have the laptop or the piece of hardware or the hardware key, and that's how you do authentication. And there are newer specs that are coming out for newer pieces of hardware that relieve end users of having to remember a username as well, which is really exciting, because I'm sure you've all had people being like, I don't know my username, and then they send an email, and then they have to do a password recovery flow. Like, what if you didn't have to do any of that? What if you could just go to the site, push the big "It's me" button, right? You push the "It's me" button, and then you're logged in. You don't have to remember a username. And the way you get different usernames is different pieces of hardware, right? You have multiple keys. The multiple keys are your multiple identities. So that's the direction that these kind of technologies are going towards. We're not there yet. Not all of the devices support what are called resident keys. And I'm still very much just learning about all of this technology as well, so I don't have all the answers. If you have questions, please ask them. I might not know the answer. I'm also still learning this, and I am not an expert in it by any means. I've gotten as far as like building some prototypes, figuring out, reading through some of the documentation, and kind of cobbling it together and getting it to mostly work. I am by no means an expert in this, so if I say something that is wrong, please correct me, because I'm still learning and want to learn more about it. All right. So that's my preamble on this thing. So I'm really excited about passkeys because they prevent phishing. My wife and my family have had problems with phishing in the past. Phishing is very hard for everybody. Everybody that probably here probably knows someone who's been subject to a phishing attack. And it would be really, really nice if we didn't ever have to worry about that anymore. Maybe scammers would find something else to do. They'd go back to using cryptocurrency to heat the earth and make us all die. Anyways, so Cake's web authentication. So the web authentication APIs for browsers do require JavaScript. You are absolutely required to write a very small amount of JavaScript. So we will look at a little bit of JavaScript today. There's not a lot. It's pretty straightforward to work with. And so kind of building on top of that basic authentication application we talked about before, we have one extra library we need to use, and that's a wrapper around kind of the WebAuth primitives. So there's some cryptographic primitives underneath WebAuth, and if you understand how SSH keys work, you pretty much understand how WebAuth works. It's basically public key cryptography on a piece of hardware. So every WebAuth kind of primitive it's just all public keys. So the little piece of hardware has a public-private key, and you give a website or a relaying party or an RP in WebAuth speak, you give these RPs a public key, and then they use they add it to their public key and sign it. They sign something on the server side, and they give you back a signature being like, we've each stamped each other's form, and we agree that we each know who each other is. And that's basically how it works. So the server, we'll get into kind of the exchange on registration, but the registration exchange starts on the server. The server prepares an attestation, which says I am example.com. Here you go. You're not example, and then you as the person can say, oh yes, I'm on example.com. I will register my key. Here's my signature from my piece of hardware. Stamp that piece of form, you send it back to the server. The server says, yes, I signed this form originally, and you've signed this form. We both agreed that this is the right form. We'll store that. And that's generally, at a really high level, that's kind of how the process works. So we need to use the library to kind of wrap up some of that server cryptography stuff. So I chose this one. There's a couple other ones you can use. This is just the one I chose. And we'll see how that works as we work through this tutorial. One of the other things that's important for WebAuth is you need to have SSL. It only works with SSL, unfortunately. So you need to have your local server running behind an HTTPS proxy. And for this demo, I just used mkcert, which allows you to generate self-signed certificates. In a production environment, you should use a proper SSL root authority, like Let's Encrypt, or you can pay for a certificate. But for local development, a self-signed cert is perfectly fine. And then I'm going to use an application called stunnel. You could use Nginx. You could use a proper web server. stunnel is basically, I'm trying to think what it is. It's like an SSL proxy from one port to another port. And so for here, I'm going to tunnel port 443 to port 8765, which is where the Cake server runs, using a local host bundle. I have to type a local machine password. If we want to look at that local host bundle, it's an SSL certificate. Super fun. So it's the public certificate and a private key taped together, and now that's a certificate bundle. Yeah, certificates are pretty straightforward. There's just big blobs of encoded text, which are numbers inside, with some qualifiers on them. You can use OpenSSL if you want to look at like what's inside these encoded blobs, but that's the certificate. Okay, so we're going to start off with doing a login. And so I wanted to show, for this kind of example is, you probably already have a username and password form working today. And maybe you want to add web authentication in addition to username and password, right? Like you've got dozens or thousands or millions of users who are using username and password, but you want to add web authentication on in addition to that. So that's kind of the goal I'm going with this demo. It's not like throw it all away, start over all with WebAuth. This is kind of like how do you add WebAuth into an existing application? So we're going to go through a username and password flow and do that. And so now I logged in, and I have this view passkeys, and I'm going to add a new passkey. And so we're just going to type in a name. I put this checkbox in. It's literally a checkbox that just goes into the database that decides whether the passkey can be used is going to be part of the login flow or not part of the login flow. Depending on your requirements, you may do something different. Well, hopefully this will present okay. So we're going to do this, and you can see this thing right here. And I'm going to push proceed, and you should see a little green light flash on my laptop. And so that's the browser prompting the device to fulfill the exchange. And so then I touch the little contacts on the device, which finishes the WebAuth flow. We're going to go back and look at how all this code works. I just want to run through it first. So now we've got this WebAuth key is registered. We'll look at what's stored in the database in a second. So let's just log out first, because otherwise I just didn't build enough application to make it work while I'm logged in. Okay, so now we log in, and we get a different prompt this time. And so instead of our password, it's saying like, push the button on your key, and my key is flashing again. You can see the little green lights flashing on the key. And then if I touch the key, now I'm logged in. Okay, I didn't enter a password. I didn't do anything like that. So that's kind of the end user experience for a passkey. Is you register a passkey, you connect it to the device, then the next time you log in, you can do the same kind of flow where the browser prompts you and you touch the button. Some benefits of this flow, you may have noticed there's like those two little drop-down bubbles that came down. They're not on the HTML. Like they're not part of anything that the browser, that a script or a page could pretend to make. So it's really straightforward for end users to say like, this is part of the browser Chrome, and I'm not going to get, a page can't do that on its own. Like it can't make that piece of UX appear. So that's one of the mitigating factors of like, you can't get hijacked from this. The other thing is that relaying parties are scoped by the domain name. So I'm on localhost, right? But if I wasn't on localhost and someone else was like evilsite.localhost, their domain name is part of the signature that they include in the certificate that gets exchanged between the hardware key and the server. And so if it's evil, evilsite.example.com or evilsite.localhost.com, that gets included into the signature and given to the client. And then the browser, when it gets that signature from the server, because the server could lie and be like, I'm actually localhost.com, trust me. But then the browser's like, the server, you said you're localhost.com, but I'm currently talking to you on evilsite.localhost.com. This doesn't make sense. I'm not even going to ask my user to validate any of this because you're taking the piss. Like, you're on the sauce. Let's not even talk. So that's one of the ways you prevent that WebAuth prevents phishing, is that it gets paired by the domain. So because the domains are different, they're different relaying parties, and so the key I make with my local host can't be used on another host. Like even if that host pretended to be localhost or tried to lie and say it was localhost, when my browser goes to evilsite.localhost, it's going to use evilsite.localhost and say, like, this is not localhost, the keys aren't going to match, the doors don't unlock. So that's another way that the kind of like the foundational technologies prevent phishing and prevent account takeovers, is just by domain name pinning. That all make sense so far? That's one of the ways we prevent phishing and make it kind of a more secure process end to end. Okay, so that's kind of how the UX works. How does it all work? How does it all work? Where should we start? Should we want to start with registration? Yeah, okay. So let's look at first how we kind of connect these libraries to our application. So I've connected to the authentication plugin. And so what we're doing is we have our username and password, and that still gets connected because we still need that. We still need sessions, but there's a new one. And the new one is the WebAuth. And so I've decided to call my RP ID is going to be my host name, which is kind of how it works on browsers. And then there's a login URL, and there's some fields. We're not going to use the password field, but we pass it in anyways, just to keep Cake happy. So that's the authentication connection, is we built a custom authenticator and go from there. All right, so let's look at the registration part of the controller. One of the other things I did for this demo is kind of consolidate all of the WebAuth stuff into a plugin that lives inside the application. I think this is maybe an underutilized feature of Cake, is that plugins can be composer packages that you download and install, or they can be modules that live inside your application, right? I'm sure you've all worked on an application that has way too many controllers and way too many models, and it suffers from like, how do I organize all of this? Because it's just like, there's just boxes everywhere. Like, I don't know what to do with all these boxes. I want to make piles and kind of organize it. And so plugins in your application are a really good way to go about organizing your application into pieces that are like logically connected, and then you can take the pieces from the plugins and tape them all together into your application, right? So you can mount a whole bunch of plugins. This also gives you a way to like do code owners if you work on a larger team and you're having a hard time, making sure the right people get notified for code review, or the right people get notified for bugs or triaging or anything like that. Or if you want to make your CI run faster, maybe each one of these plugins can be a separate test suite inside of PHP unit, right? And then when you run your CI tests or run your tests, you can look and say, like, did any files change in the WebAuth plugin? No? Then I probably don't need to run those tests, because if the code didn't change, the tests are probably fine. So it's a way you can make your tests more efficient, the way you can make your workflow more efficient. Like when you're running tests locally, you don't have to run the whole application test, because if you didn't touch the WebAuth code, then the WebAuth code probably still fine. Maybe you just run the application kind of like sanity tests. All right? So we have a plugin, and plugins in the application repository work very much like they do as external plugins. They have their own little directory with a source and a config. They have a little plugin class, which kind of quacks like an application class. One of the other things we have to do to make in-repo plugins work is connect them to the autoloader. So you'll have to put in two extra lines for each plugin. This is really key, because otherwise nothing will work. Yeah?
Not in the latest version of the plugin installer.
Oh yeah, the plugin installer will do it for you now. But if you want to know how the plugin installer works under the hood, it just mucks with your composer.json. This also is a really good way if your application has other types of modules that you use and you want to kind of build those modules all together and have everything auto-load together. If you want to use a common namespace prefix like app, you can do that. If you didn't want to have app, you could just skip that and just do WebAuth, or you can name it, I don't know, sock machine, whatever you want to call it. Sock machine. Okay, so plugins kind of work like the application class. They allow you to define some bootstrapping logic. You can provide routes. So sometimes people struggle with like, how do I organize all these routes, right? If you have a really long routes file, cutting your application up into plugins is a really good way to structure your routes. It's a really good way to give some more structure around your controllers, all your model classes, all that kind of stuff. It's a good way to just give your application some more structure and paint some more lines in the sand on what goes where. Okay, so for passkeys, we have a listing view, we have some delete views, yeah, and then the two most important ones are the registration flow. All right, but before we get too far into that, let's see how it connects into kind of our application models. So we'll look at users. There's a has many. So I have one new extra has many, which is just connecting a user to multiple passkeys. All right. And then on the entity side, not much has changed. Actually, nothing has changed. Okay, so that's kind of our modeling. And if we've forgotten what the schema looks like, we can look at the passkey schema. And our passkeys is right here. So we have a user ID to relate them to users. We have credential, which is just the ID of the device that was used. Some sort of human display name, because if people have multiple hardware keys, maybe they get confused. And then there's a payload, which is just a JSON blob of stuff. Inside the JSON blob is other useful information that you can use to kind of show end users more context around like what device it was, the manufacturer of that device, the model of that device. And so you can render different icons or give some more context to the user. Instead of them just giving it a name, you can show them like, oh, it's a YubiKey Nano. Like, go find that. That's what you need to find is a YubiKey Nano, wherever you put that. Go look for that. Okay, so that's the schema. So let's look at this plugin. All right, so we've got some helper methods. The first one is just getting a passkey out of the database and making sure that the current user is allowed to look at it. So let's look at the policy for passkeys. Anyone can add a passkey. If you want to edit a passkey, you have to own it, right? Really simple permissioning system. If you want to delete a passkey, you got to own it. And if you want to look at one, it's got to be yours. All right? So I like to write these little protected helpers so that I can kind of combine these two operations together. If you both get, so table get will throw an exception if the record doesn't exist, and then if the authorization checks fails, you'll get another exception. So again, it just reduces the number of branches your code has to have, because if failure is always an exception, then your code can just be like a straight top to bottom read, which is really, really nice. You don't have to like worry about all these if branches and yeah, whatever. Anyways, I like exceptions. That's all I'm going to say. Things go bad, throw an exception. And then in our index, we're just going to do a find query and then apply a query scope. So we've looked at the authorization plugin in terms of like record operations, but what if you want to modify a finder query, right? You always have to put that user ID condition. If you forget that user ID condition, you're screwed, right? Well, what if the authorization framework could do that for you? That would be nice. So what we can do is we can look at the table policy. And so table policies allow you to build query scopes, right? So you can take something from the current user and use it to scope the query that you're going to build. That's kind of the idea with a table policy is take something that from the person who's doing the operation and then apply it, make it so that they only see the things that they want to see. This is another way you can like remove user ID columns or user ID attributes all over your application. Just consolidate it all into a policy. You pass a query into a table policy, and then you get a scoped query. See, it makes it harder for you to make a mistake. which is the goal. I make a lot of mistakes. You've seen me typing. I'm terrible at it. I make a ton of mistakes. So I try and build tools that make it so it's harder for me to make a mistake. Or at least if I do make a mistake, the computers just yell at me. And then I can look at the yelling and be like, oh, I forgot to do the thing right. So I'll just fix the yelling. And once the yelling stops, then the program should be correct. At least that's the goal, right? Make the program correct. Okay, so we're back in the passkeys controller. Delete's not that interesting. Edit's not that interesting. Okay, let's do registration. So registration with WebAuth or with U2F is always a two-step process. The first is you have to prepare some context or prepare some challenge data to give to the end user. As the relaying party has to prepare some documents and some forms for them to fill out. So you got to sign your form and send it to the user. So that's what we're doing here. We're getting our web authentication adapter. We're getting a user, we're making sure that it's okay that they can add a passkey, because we don't know, maybe in the future, we don't allow all users to add passkeys. Maybe you can only have 2 or 3. So maybe we build some conditions like that. I don't know. We're just going to prepare for that. And then we're going to use the WebAuth authentication plugin that I built to get some registration data. So we're going to interact with that library, that WebBooks WebAuth library, and get some registration data from that. We'll look at that in a second. And then we're going to store the registration data in the session, because we're going to have to return a response, and then we're going to have to wait for another request. And the easiest way to make sure we have a place to store data that's for a specific user for a specific amount of time is the session. So I like to store things like OAuth states. Like if you're doing an OAuth bounce through different systems, you can store a bunch of stuff in the session and then clean it up when you're done, or not. Okay, so we write some registration data. We put that registration data into the template, and then we render a template. Seems easy enough. Any questions so far? No? Okay, so we did that registration flow. So what's going on with that registration flow under the hood? We have a form. If you've not seen this before, this is kind of a somewhat new feature. If you hate typing out all those arrays as much as I do, you can take a small performance hit and have the framework parse a string for you and turn it into an array. And so we have like this little miniature language that allows you, a little miniature data format that allows you to express a plugin, controller, and action as a simple string. And then the framework will be like, oh, you use the magic path key. I know what that is. I'm going to split it up into a plugin, controller, prefix, and action. So yeah. And so when we submit this form, we're going to call doComplete, which is a JavaScript function. We're getting into that little bit of JavaScript code. We're not using any JavaScript frameworks. I felt there was no need for it. I also really like server-rendered applications, just as a personal thing. If I can avoid using a single-page framework to build something, I will, every single time. I also find there's some interesting work being done on like hybrid models where the server renders some HTML page and then barfs a bunch of like JavaScript state into the page, and then the client-side rendering can read that state and then kind of turn itself on from there. I've used a library called Inertia, which is a really, really great way to build, like, if you want to build a React app but don't want to do a million API calls, Inertia is a really great way to give you like server-side rendered workflows, but have a way to bridge between like Vue or React, or Vue or React are the ones that I've seen used most often, or another JavaScript library that you like, if you like Backbone or I don't know, Angular, whatever your flavor is. And then still have semantics around, like, you submit a form, you get an HTTP redirect, and then have the client-side framework kind of handle that. So I think those are really interesting things. I want to also explore some HTMX. I've used Alpine.js a little bit, but I think those frameworks are really interesting because they blend a lot of the benefits we get from server-side rendered PHP and server-side rendered HTML, and then also without sacrificing all of the good things you get from client-side rendered JavaScript. 'Cause there is a lot of benefit there, but I think broadly the industry is, indexed way too heavily on like everything must be server-side rendered JavaScript, and if you're not using client-side rendered JavaScript, you're doing it wrong, and that's not true. Server-side rendered HTML is still very good and very fast, and we should build the simplest thing that will work. That's my belief. Build the simplest thing that will work, that will solve the problem that you have for your customers or your stakeholders or whoever's paying you to build this application. Or if it's just you and you want to do it for fun, server-side rendered HTML is a lot easier to work with. Okay, so we just built a little form. But when we submit that form, we're going to do a non-complete. So this is how I got that form, where there's a display field and then like a key here, and then we push this button, and then the form wants to submit, but we tell it like, hold on, we have something else we want to do. And that's JavaScript. So if the registration data got set, I'm going to include some WebAuth utils. We'll look at those in a second. We're just going to splat out some JavaScript. That's how we do things. So we're going to splat out some JavaScript called complete registration. But first we need to find that do complete. And so that do complete is down here. So we're just going to pass in a form submit event. And browsers have gotten a lot better in the past few years, and some of the like DOM events actually contain useful things in them now. So we get a form. We can read the form name out of the form. We can read, whether it was for login or not. And then I just wrote a really simple wrapper that is going to encode some registration data, and then pass in those JavaScript variables, and then stick in that CSRF token so that I can still have a CSRF protection on my WebAuth flow while I do things. All right, and then we go into here. This is a recursive base64 to array buffer. Very great function. I did not write this function. I copy and pasted it like, like a boss from the example app that came with the WebAuth library. And it does exactly what it says it does. Base64 encodes a bunch of data. We'll look at it in a second. Okay, this is where we start using some new features of the browser. So we have to write some async JavaScript. Because remember, we pushed a button, and then the browser said, like, hey, do you want to register a new key? And so the way the browsers have exposed this is through a promise, which allows us to do async and await. So a promise is, the promise is a really good name. Sometimes they're called futures in other technologies. But the way promises work in JavaScript is you talk to the browser, so we're going navigator, credentials, create, and we give it a bunch of data and say, like, I want to create a credential. And then the browser says, I will give you a promise, and then when the promise is done, we'll just wait for the promise to be done. So there's a couple ways you can interact with promises, but using async and await is the most straightforward way. If the promise was to not succeed, like if the person hit cancel on the button, I've not handled that. What will happen is the browser will throw the promise will raise an exception, which will show up you can handle that as a try catch. So if you wanted to make this a little bit more durable, you would do like a try like this. I think you have to have an E now. And then you can handle the error and show an error message like that. We're not going to worry about that for now. So then we're going to take the credential that came back from the browser. So the person saw the little prompt. They pushed the button on their device, or they looked at their screen if they're using Window Hello, or they did Face ID if they're on an iOS device. All of these things can work as passkeys as well, which is really nice. So then we're going to build a little blob of data, and then we're going to use another kind of utility that's in my little utils library. And so we're going to send a request to the controller again, back to Cake, and we're going to send a blob of data, and we're going to send a CSRF token. So CSRF tokens, like in Jorge's demo or tutorial, where you can send them as a header, you can also send them as a request parameter. Cake will accept either one. And this is a really easy way to get a CSRF token into some client-side JavaScript. So this is one way you can embed it into a template. You can stick it in local storage. You can stick it in, I don't know, a meta tag that you read. There's a bunch of different ways that CSRF tokens can be passed around. So we're going to send a request. We're going to wait for a response. So again, we're doing some async JavaScript. And then that response is going to contain it's going to be a streaming response. So we have to wait for the stream to finish. And then we have to wait for the stream to finish, and then we have to wait for the response to be parsed into JavaScript, into JSON. So the browsers give us a really straightforward API to do that. You can just wait for a response to turn into a JSON, to be decoded as JSON. And so the browser will wait for the streaming response to finish, wait for all of that, and then turn it into JSON. And then if there's a redirect, we're going to send the end user to the redirect. If not, we're going to make a flash message. And so I put a little div in here that shows our flash message, just for error handling. There's lots of ways you could approach this. I chose to do it this way. Okay, so web auth utils. So I'm sure you're all going to read all of this code because it looks very interesting. And so what we're doing is just base64 decoding and base64 encoding. So the Navigator Credentials API returns a byte string or an array buffer, which is a buffer of bytes. It's just like a big array of bytes, and it's a bunch of binary data that you're not supposed to really look at. You can look at it, but it's just bytes. Like you have to decode it into something to turn it into a string. So you could turn it into UTF-8, but that'll corrupt it, and you won't be able to finish the web auth flow. So we just base64 encode it, and yeah, we just recursively go through this nested structure, and we can look at what that nested structure is if we want. Let's just see if this works. I don't know if this works. It's probably not going to work because we don't have any input. Yeah. All right. So let's go into here. We can just see what's inside that blob. So now I'm going to say yes to the browser. I'm going to touch my key. And now we've paused the browser so we can look at what's inside that blob. Because I'm sure some of you are wondering, what's in the blob? So the blob has an ID. The blob has an array buffer. If we open up a console, let's look at what's in the blob. So the blob is called cred. So we have cred.id. We have cred.rawID. That's fun, it's an array buffer. We have a response which contains some more blobs. There's client JSON data, which is more blobs. And it looks like it's just blobs all the way down. So we're not really supposed to look at what's inside the blobs. You're just supposed to like give the blob to someone else and be like, I don't know what's in the blob. So that's kind of how the browsers have modeled this. There are ways to decode the blob and turn it into bytes. Into a string that you can look at. I just haven't done that. Maybe we can do that in the Cake server. We'll look at that if folks are interested. If not, we can keep going. And then there's an array buffer to base64. So we have base64 to array buffer, and then array buffer to base64. So we get a blob from the browser. We have to turn it into a base64 encoded string so that we can send it to the server, because you can't send a byte array across the network. And then when we get a response, we have to decode the base64 blob from the server and turn it back into bytes so that we can use it as well. And then have a send request method. So we're just going to call window.fetch. If you've not been exposed to fetch, it's kind of the replacement for XML HTTP request. It's a really high-level networking function that browsers expose. It's available in all browsers that have been made in the last 4 or 5 years. So I consider it like it's very straightforward to use and uses promises. So you will have to use some async JavaScript, but it's not that complicated, I don't think. So we're sending a method, some body, and some headers, and the CSRF token. All right. So then we go back and look at that start register. What was register? So then we've encoded the blob, we send the request. So let's look at what the complete register, because that's where that template was sending things. Register, right? Sending it to passkeys complete. Oh, broke this. That's why it keeps failing. Okay, so register complete. So we look at the WebAuth plugin, we can find the route. I call it passkeys add complete, which goes to passkeys complete register. So then we get our web authenticator again. We prepare for some JSON responses. If we look at the network panel, while we're doing this, we can do that. And, oh, I didn't retain. Take that breakpoint off. Okay. So we can see what we're sending to the servers, just a big blob of junk, some more blobs of junk, and then our response is JSON. Okay. So for here, that's why we're doing this JSON, is so that we can respond with as JSON, and we're telling it we're going to serialize the success message and redirect template vars. And then we're going to read some data to the session because we stored the challenge data in the session when we started the registration flow. And so we need that challenge data and everything that's in the request to finish our registration process. And should that registration process fail, then we say, you know, it didn't work. If it does succeed, though, we can start a database transaction and create a new passkey. So we'll look at that in a second. And then we save the passkey, and then we do a redirection. All right. So let's look at what validate registration is first. We've kind of gotten to the end of our controller methods. So let's look at how we do that web authenticator. So we're doing validate registration. All right. And so here we're just doing some base 64 codes. So the kind of request data is always base 64 encoded because you can't send bytes across you can't send a byte array across the network. So first thing we do is get a client. And so the WebAuth client, you need to have an application name, a relaying party ID or your application, and then what kind of keys you want to accept. And whether you want to pin down which kind of certificates you're willing to accept. So there's, with WebAuth, there are kind of two axes that you can kind of choose and control. So as a relaying party, you can choose what kind of keys you want to accept and who makes those keys. I don't understand, I understand why this was built, but for consumer-facing applications, you probably want to accept as much as possible. And so the types of devices you can kind of request is you can say, like, I only accept devices that are USB-based. I only accept devices that are NFC-based. Or you can only accept, like, Bluetooth devices, right? So you get a lot of control over, like, what kind of device you're willing to work with. For a consumer-facing application, I think you want to accept as much as possible. You want to give as many devices as you want. For a corporate environment, maybe you have stricter policies and you say, like, we only work with WebAuth. We only accept hardware keys that are USB-based. So I see why those controls are built into the standards. It's probably for corporate environments, but for consumer-facing stuff, just take everything. The other thing you can do is limit who makes the keys. So you can say, like, I only accept keys from Apple. I only accept Android keys. You have that kind of control. Like, if you want to say, like, you have to use your corporate phone and all the corporate phones are Android phones, so that's the only types of keys we accept, you can do that. That's up to you. TPM is an interesting one. So this is like the Intel, like the trusted platform modules, which are built into Apple and new Windows machines. So that's like the TPM device. That's like Windows Hello and Apple's Touch thing and Apple Face ID. So that gets you TPM, which is like hardware built into the physical laptop. Like if you're in a corporate environment, you have to use your work laptop to do your 2FA. then you can do those types of constraints. Certificates lets you control who the root CA is for the device. So if you only want to accept Apple, you only want to accept YubiKey, yeah, you can do all that kind of certificate limiting. For me, anything goes for this demo. I've not been able to test a lot of devices because I only have the hardware keys that I have, which are all YubiKeys. I don't have a Windows box, so I don't know how Windows Hello works. I think that's one of the challenges with WebAuth is rolling it out. In order to test a wide variety of hardware, you actually have to have the hardware. And I see that as one of the challenges to WebAuth getting a lot of adoption is how do you test all this hardware when you don't have the hardware? So kind of like with mobile testing, yeah?
I was going to add that TPM, Windows 11 requires it now. So
Yes.
pushing adoption along.
Yeah, so the comment for streaming is that Windows 11 is requiring TPM to be able to install Windows 11. So if your machine runs Windows 11, you'll have TPM built into it. This is both a good and a bad thing, I think. The other thing that you can require inside of WebAuth flows is whether a device has resident keys. And so resident keys are the thing I talked about at the beginning of the talk, which you, of course, remember because I haven't been talking for an hour, is if you want to have no username login. Like if you don't want to have a username as part of your login flow, you need what is called a resident key. And not all hardware supports resident keys. Because what a resident key is part of the registration process is the device, the hardware device, writes down remembers a little bit about the relaying party and which key it used on that relaying party. So this gives you what the U2F FIDO people call as a discoverable key, so that when you go to a site, the host that you're running on will publish what keys it has available. So it'll say like, these are all the keys I got for you. Which one do you want me to use? And so that's what a resident key is. There's like actual data gets written down onto the hardware device for that site that pairs that hardware device with that site so that when the hardware device goes to that site, the browser can ask the hardware, be like, you got any keys? And it'll be like, I got these 5 keys. And then you can just finish the login flow with those keys. And require user verification. I could not get this to work on my demo. I thought user verification would mean like I touch the device, but I think it means more. It seems to mean more than that. The hardware I have available didn't allow me to do any user verification. So I think user verification is like Windows Hello or Apple's Touch or Face ID, and that is considered like user verification, but I don't have that hardware, so I wasn't able to test that. Yep.
It might interact the same way as
A
a Trezor.
Trezor?
It has a pin identification on the device itself.
Yeah, it might be that, yeah. So the comment for streaming is it might work like a Trezor, which is like a cryptocurrency wallet with a hardware pin on the device. And it may require you to enter a pin to authorize the device to unlock. Yeah, that sounds very plausible. I don't have any of that hardware, so I wasn't able to test any of that. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. So we go back to building our client. We add some root certificates. So then we're going back to validate registration. So we built a client. It now knows like what site we're on, what kind of keys we want, what shape of keys we want to be able to use. And then we want to say like we're going to process a create. So this is just a library method that takes the data that the client made. So that's the blob we made on the browser with the hardware device, and some data we had from the server, pushes them together with our challenge, and then gives us a result. Like, did it succeed or did it not succeed? Does all the math work out or does the math not work out? And then I decided to model the responses from the library. So the libbooks WebAuth just gives you kind of PHP standard class objects. So I just kind of wrapped them in some really basic PHP objects to give them some methods. So you can get credentials, you can convert the payload into a format that I thought was what I was going to need for building this demo. Again, this is not a battle-tested solution. I built it as a demo to try and like learn how these technologies work. So yeah, I may have made many mistakes. But I thought it was interesting to share what I've learned so far. Okay, so now we've done registration. trying to get back. So that's validate registration. Now we've got some process data. If that registration process worked, if all the math and signatures all worked out, then we can create a passkey. So that's kind of what our controller does, is we create a passkey. So that's registration. And so now we go into the login flow, which is the other half of the WebAuth secret sauce. And for that, I wasn't able to build it directly into the passkeys controller. I had to build it into the user's controller to integrate it into login. All right, so when we went to login, if you remember, we had the first form was the username or the email address, and then there was a second form that had either a password field or a WebAuth field. And I think if you're going to this hybrid model where you accept username and password or hardware keys, you have to have a two-step login flow. I've seen a lot of sites kind of moving towards this two-step login flow to support SSO providers. So it seems like something that's kind of creeping into more and more places. Because if you have an SSO provider, you have to know the email address of the user before you can decide which SSO provider to send them to. So yeah, that's kind of how that works. So if we're already logged in, we just send them along their way. Otherwise, the logic that I had come up with was we start off with the login start template, which is that username form. And if we have a post request, we can find the user out of the request. So just load a user up. I wrote a finder called find login. We'll look at that really quickly. And so the find login just contains all the passkeys. So when we load a user for login, we load all their passkeys so that we can complete login. And then we go through, should we even try and attempt to use WebAuth? So I just took all the user's passkeys, threw them into a collection, and if any of them have the passkey, that record set for ready for login, then we can assume that they want to use WebAuth for their login because they've added a key, and there would be marketing like copy in the application saying like, once you turn on a passkey, you won't use username and password anymore, except for maybe the sudo mode. There's another kind of like another prototype that could be built, which is like sudo mode with hardware keys, right? Like you add a 2FA key, and then you can use it for doing sudo mode. All right, so if the credentials are missing, we already know that our credentials are missing. We're just going to get the data out of that exception, out of that authentication error, or that authentication result, and then look at it. And if it's a login challenge, then we can set up some session data and some template context, kind of go from there. And then we render the login to U2F form. Okay. So let's look at that login U2F form really quick. So again, we have just a little bit of JavaScript. We're doing some JSON. We're turning some base64 data back into array buffers, so that because we have the base64 data to push it into a PHP template, and then when we read it in JavaScript, we have to turn it back into a byte array to send it back to the browser. So then we ask the browser, like, I've got this bunch of, I have a bunch of keys that might work. Like, do you have any of these keys? We'll see in a second where the key IDs come from. But part of this login data is a list of keys that the user has registered and says they want to use. So then the browser, we do credentials.get, and we give it a bunch of potential keys that we could use, and then the user provides one of those keys, plugs it in, looks at their camera, does whatever. And then we get a response from the browser. And we turn that from bytes back into base64. I found this was like a pretty tedious part of this process. It's like always having to remember to turn byte arrays back into, array buffers back into base64, and when to base64 decode back into buffers. I spent a bunch of time like trying to figure out why things weren't working, and I was missing base64 decoding, and I was just sending array buffers into the network, and then it was not working, and then it was pretty frustrating. So if that happens to you, it's probably just a missing base64 decode. And then we use that send request header, a send request helper, to send the request to the login flow. So we've include our email address so that we can continue going through, and then all of our WebAuth context. And so the login flow kind of works very similar to how it normally works. So we have our authenticator has an authenticate method just like it normally would, and we make sure that we have a user. We try and find the user by their username, which is their email address. And if there's no user, then we can't do WebAuth. If they don't have any passkeys, they're not going to get any farther. And then we look to make sure that the request contains the necessary passkey data to be able to do our authentication flow. If any of them are missing, we blow up. That's kind of all down here. And then we're getting to like some of the nitty gritty, which is like, which devices are they using? And the kind of API for interacting with validating a login request is kind of ugly, in my opinion. You have to like tell it whether you want USB or NFC or Bluetooth or cross-compatible. So yeah, that's kind of all you get from the library is this kind of awkward API, but we're making it nice with the cake wrappers. And then we turn on a login challenge. And then we just also use the authentication results to say like credentials were missing. We didn't get enough information to successfully log in, so we're going to send you a challenge. And I think this is a good way to think of how to connect external authentication systems into Cake's authentication plugin. Is kind of model it as like credentials are missing, credentials were invalid. All of those states exist with like SAML, they exist with SSO, they exist with Kerberos or whatever you're trying to work with. So yeah, you can kind of always model it as that. And then the data that goes into an authentication result doesn't always have to be a user. It could just be arbitrary stuff that's relevant for your specific authentication flow, and then you can look at the result and pick at the data that comes out of it and do type checking on that. So I also modeled that that challenge data as like a basic PHP object, so we can dig into it like an array as it's a PHP standard object. So yeah, and then we have an authentication result. So if we did get all the request data, so now we're down here, we're verifying it. We make sure that all the keys all the data is set. We base64 code a bunch of stuff. We try and find the matching passkey. So on the client side, when the client validates or like tries to finish the login flow by touching their hardware key, the key will include a credential ID, which is the ID of that specific device. And so then we can kind of forward that along to the server. And then we can find the passkey that we're going to use to do the validation. I tried to build resident keys, but I never got it working, so this code doesn't actually, might work, I don't know. And then we do the actual process, which is like, talking to the library, doing the processing, kind of like what we did before, but for successful. And then we return a success. So again, kind of interacting with the authentication plugin, kind of meeting it where it needs to be, which is giving the result codes and then giving the payloads to connect to our plugins, connect to the libraries that we're working with. All right. How are we doing on time? Got like 10 minutes. All right, so then if we get a successful response, we'll be logged in, and we'll end up back in our kind of users controller, right? Part of our login. Authentication plugin will see that there's a successful response from the authentication process, and then update the session, and then we're all done. So yeah, that's kind of how you can build login with technology like hardware keys into Cake's authentication flows without having to kind of bend yourself over backwards, and also model things as plugins. I have not figured out how to write tests for web authentication keys. I did not get that far. I assume there's some sort of like simulation library that will pretend to be a hardware key, and then you can configure your application to accept these like fake hardware keys. I didn't dig too much into it because I just wanted to get the demo kind of working. But I assume in the real world there is a way to generate simulated keys So you could do unit testing or like functional testing on all of this. If not, maybe we could write that library. Yeah, and so I guess one of the other things is like if there's no U2F keys, then we can go to a basic password flow, and then we just go back into our regular authentication flow, just as if there were WebAuth keys didn't exist. So yeah, that's kind of what I had prepared for the workshop. Sorry it wasn't as like directly applicable as Jorge's, but I thought it would be interesting to explore some of the edges of like what is new technology and how do we integrate that new kind of cutting edge technology into Cake, and then see how we can kind of shape those two things together. Yeah, happy to answer questions now, or if you think of them later. Or if there's something else you really want to know about Cake 5, I can try and demo that. We got about 5 or 10 minutes left. Or if you just want to leave, that works too. Yeah, what's up?
I'm coming.
If the browser is from the client side, how did you get the browser to acknowledge the USB? Because from the PHP, it's server-side based, so you have to have some kind of acknowledgement somewhere. So I was wondering, by chance, you use the navigator, I guess it's navigator USB, and then get devices or something around those lines, or did they go a different approach?
Yeah, so it's this navigator.credentials. So navigator credentials gives you a couple methods. So you can use .get for doing like a login flow, and then there's a .register.
See, I understand that that's used to create the credentials, and I'm thinking that that's saved into the browser itself, but to acknowledge the USB device itself.
No, so navigator credentials interacts with the hardware. So you just tell the browser, like, I would like to make some credentials, and then the browser figures out what kind of devices are available on the machine, and then does that delegation for you. So you don't actually talk to the USB device directly from the JavaScript code. You just ask the browser, like, I would like credentials, jazz hands, and then the browser has to kind of figure out what hardware is available on the machine.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because if you had two of those devices plugged into your USB, would it essentially write that to both of those USBs?
That is an excellent question. I have no idea what happens if you have two of them. I only have one, so I don't know what happens if you plug two of them in. Yeah, I don't know.
I want to say it shows a little picker on
Okay.
I want to say that it shows a picker on Firefox of which device, but I don't remember for sure.
Oh, that would be a nice UX. Yeah, so you just do I guess you can define like what kind of credentials you want as well. So you can ask it for a password, you can ask it for U2F keys. But yeah, like I assume what Umer said, it sounds really good. Like you'd get a picker of like you have 5 hardware keys plugged into your machine. Like one, what are you doing? That's interesting. But yeah, pick one. So, but like as the consumer from a browser JavaScript land, you don't get any visibility into that. Like, and I think that's one of the advantages of this technology is that the browser doesn't give us the ability to get to it. You kind of get the nerf version of getting in credentials versus access to the actual hardware.
So at the beginning of your workshop, you said Apple and Android and basically all major mobile device developers and creators are going into that direction to the web auth system.
Yep.
Did you manage to get your iPhone or your phone working in that U2F setup? Or?
I did not get my phone. My phone is like 7 years old, so it's literally 7 years old, so it does not do any of that shit.
But it should be possible to use your phone as a U2F key.
Yes.
With an app or something like that.
I assume so, yeah. So I know that Apple has done stuff to push passkeys into iCloud, and then you can use your phone as a U2F key for your desktop or your laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should just work. Like they're working really hard to make it just work. Because there's a big advantage for, at least for the mobile device manufacturers, there's a big advantage for them to get you to put all your keys onto their device because the vendor lock-in is so good. Like they're going to juice you forever on that, right? I'm really happy that at least Apple has made the backend for passkeys pluggable so that companies like 1Password can plug into the backend of a web auth flow on a device, so that you're not completely vendor locked in. Because when I initially saw the announcement for passkeys, I was like, oh great, now there's even more vendor lock, and they're just going to lock us in forever. But both Apple and Google are like, the backend's pluggable. Where you sync your keys, they're your keys. You can sync them to wherever you want. So it doesn't seem quite as dystopian as I initially thought it would be, but.
Yeah, it should at least be a little bit easier to at least implement the web auth system if you at least can just test it with your own phone instead of having to buy a separate U2F key or something you can put on your keychain or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
We had another one ready.
Just to confirm that I had to back up my keys before traveling, and if you insert two devices, just both flash at the same time, and you click whatever you want.
Well, there you go. So if you plug multiple devices in, they all flash, and you just touch one of them. Yeah, I think I've noticed when I've used passkeys on devices or on sites, and you have to have one, and then once you have one, you can add a second one and then a third one. I only have two, and one's my backup, so I don't ever travel with it. So.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. We hope you're all joining us for the rest of the weekend. I think we had a great first day. Thank you again to our sponsors, everybody watching the stream, and we will be back tomorrow for more.
Yeah, thanks.